I'm sure you'd remember that we took over from Madagascar as the interim chair. And at that point, there was already a theme which was coined and obviously adopted by Summit last year during the 45th session of SADC. And one of the issues there was industrialization. So, because SADC realized back in 2015 that it's very important to focus on industrialization, although we'll continue to deal with peace and security issues. But, with this so-called nexus between security and development, you must do both. So our theme also is about industrialization. And of course, we're talking about industrialization that is resilient, sustainable, and also developmental. So it means, in practical terms, that of the 58 million people or citizens in the region that are said to be going to bed in empty stomachs, for them, creating of jobs is the answer, sustainable jobs. Of course, we do have a very big informal sector or informal employment in the region. But with industrialization, you really want to formalize production. You want to make sure that we consume what to produce and we produce what to consume. So it's really about transforming the resources that we're having, all these natural endowments that we're having, into goods that are used by you and I on a daily basis. Whether it's agricultural goods, whether we're talking about minerals, for instance, your cobalt, lithium, gold, precious metal, all those products or raw materials must be transformed so that we are able to hold this trend of exporting raw material and importing finished goods, as the case is. So industrialization really talks about bread and butter issues, basically. Where do you buy, for instance, your tomato paste? Who is producing it? You're producing a tomato, it goes outside, and then you import it as a tomato paste. It can't continue like that. So it's really about bread and butter issues.
So looking at, the fact that SADC is a regional community and that the bulk of the work of the summit is really around policy reform. How can someone sitting at home understand that this policy, can benefit me as someone who lives in the region, particularly in terms of movement within the region of people and goods?
Well, policy is very important. It is not only the work of those who are in offices. In fact, real policy should impact the lives of people. Take, for instance, the policy on facilitation of movement of goods. In the region, we have what we call a free trade area, which I think it's about 14 member states now out of 16. We have the 15th one that has just joined. So what it means, for instance, a business person who wants to take their goods to one country to the other, with a free trade area, you don't have to go through all these hassles, paying additional duties, for instance, or even being stopped unnecessary at certain border crossings, because you are creating one consolidated market of various countries. So, and that's where policy comes in. So if you are just an individual in the village or in a township, that's how it helps you. You can take any other policy. It could be a policy, for instance, on environmental protection. We are faced with climate change, so floods are affecting people on a daily basis, including here in South Africa, especially in this particular province. So if you have a policy, as we do, which foster cooperation between the various countries. So if there are floods, for instance, your response is not only restricted to your country, but you are able to galvanize all the resources that we're having in the region. We have a SADC humanitarian operation center which is based in Mozambique, and through that center, we are able to basically respond to basic things that are happening on a daily basis. So really, policy can be translated into a daily lived experience of human beings, especially in the region.
Mr. Masongwai, maybe let's also unpack the free trade area. Are all the SADC nations on board, when it comes to that policy? And then also, have we conscientized, members of the public, basically, that, one can actually be able to move, from one country to the other? I can be there for 90 days, work there, transact business, or etc. Maybe let's also start there in terms of the FTA.
Well, the movement of persons is regulated by a different protocol. It's called the Protocol on Free Movement or Facilitation of Movement of Persons. That one is not yet in force because out of the 16 member states, we only have 8. In fact, just recently we've reached 10. So we need at least 12 member states to bring it into fruition. But the member states do have their bilateral arrangements, what we call a free waiver, visa waiver arrangement. So you do have that. And quite a number of member states have really entered into that. So which means you don't need a visa for 90 days. I can go to Mozambique and spend 90 days there. I don't need a visa. I can go to Zimbabwe. I don't need a visa. But as soon as we implement the protocol, these arrangements will stop to be bilateral arrangements, but they become a regional one. But when it comes to goods, which are really regulated by a different protocol, which is the protocol on trade, which gave birth to the free trade area that I was talking about. So that one really is about to what extent do you levy, duties on goods that are coming into your country from the region. And I think it has worked. I mean, currently, what you call intra-regional trade is standing at around 20%. We thought that by now we'd have reached either 30 or 40 because when it came into operation back in 2008, everyone was really looking forward, very optimistic. The biggest issue that we're still facing is what we call non-tariff barriers among various member states, and sometimes you understand because they are also looking at their own domestic industries. They want to protect them, but the way to go really is to open up our markets, as respective countries, like other regions, around the world have done. So if we continue to do that, to open up our markets, remove non-tariff barriers, we're likely to reach the 50%. Of intra-regional trade that we were all aspiring for.
And if we look at SADC has the document SADC Vision 2050, which is obviously aligned to the AU Agenda 2063. If you can just educate our audiences around how do the different protocols work and how do we get to a protocol and how then does that protocol influence domestic policy for each member state?
Well, with protocols, there's always a need arises out of, let's say, policy gap, or a real societal challenge. If you take, I mentioned, for instance, climate change. So the community would feel that we need an instrument that will assist us, galvanize our resources so that we can respond collectively. And then there will be a proposal. Sometimes we even start with desktop research, and that will be done by the Secretariat, which is based in Gaborone. And then they'll do that research, of course, make proposal, also do some benchmark with some of the countries. Because sometimes you'd find that this is an issue that has been existing elsewhere in the region, or, in the world. So they do that and then make a proposal. And that proposal obviously will be considered by all structures of SADC, starting from senior officials, Council of Ministers, and then the summit. And then some legal eagles will then, frame it in a legalistic way. And then it is then as soon as it is cleared by the ministers of justice, of course it goes to Council of Ministers and then summit, and then it's open for signature by member states. I think in terms of practice, according to the treaty, you're looking at 2/3 of member states who must sign it before it enters into force. And then it enters into force. Then there's a process of ratification. So that's when you say this particular legal instrument is going to bind me and my country, meaning the government, and that's when it enters into force now. It starts operating. So for ordinary citizens, depending on the nature of the protocol or legal instrument, it always impacts their lives, as I indicated, yes.
And then, we know that Africa comprises of a very youthful, population. Yes, it's all well and said that, SADC is meeting here, they're making decisions, it's all head of states. But, young people want to know exactly what opportunities are there for me? What type of skills do I capacitate myself with to be able to play an active role within that economy?
Well, the issue of young people is very key in SADC. Of course, we are at different levels in terms of youth and development projects that we are having. But quite a number of them, they also talk to, their daily skills like digital skills, because most of them are very savvy when it comes to, digital operation of things. So SADC has developed protocols. In fact, there's also what we call the SADC Youth Forum, which enables young people to meet on an annual basis to converse about how they should really mainstream themselves in the programs of SADC. I think as we're chairing South Africa, one of our programs or projects will be to convene a SADC Youth Forum and a SADC Youth Parliament, to ensure that they themselves, because they understand, the challenges, they understand the opportunities, they should be able to really talk about them across the region. It shouldn't be, senior officials or ministers who really speak on their behalf. They must really speak for themselves. So we do appreciate that. For instance, if you look at unemployment, it is very high among young people, especially those of under 35 years. And it's a reality that is really facing the region. And we believe that answers to that challenge lie with not only policymakers, but the young people themselves.
Thank you, Mr. Maswanganyi. We're going to be wrapping up now our interview. If you can just share with our viewers, South Africa is taking over this chairpersonship for a period of about 12 months. What are the key things that we'll be steering as a country under our chairpersonship?
No, thank you for that question. We have a strategy for chairship or chairpersonship, which was approved by Cabinet back in May. It is framed around what we call the RISDIP, Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan 2020-2030, with all its pillars. So we will focus on peace, security, and good governance, especially assisting or working with countries that are currently experiencing challenges. Madagascar is one of them, for instance. The DRC will also work with them, and many others. We also will continue to participate in the observation of elections. There were elections now in Zambia. There are many more that will come, so we'll be participating there. And then in terms of industrialization, as I indicated, our focus will be on
Okay. As we look forward to South Africa's chairpersonship, let's now cross to an insert looking at the trailer for the SADC documentary.
On this historic occasion, we bring you the warmest and fraternal greetings of our President Nelson Mandela, our Government of National Unity, and indeed the people of South Africa as a whole. And we thank you most sincerely for your invitation to democratic South Africa to join the Southern African Development Community as its 11th member.
The apartheid state affected all of our region, particularly the so-called frontline states. These were the countries that were ready to receive our exiles, and so that essentially supported our struggle for freedom.
When we move into SADC, in terms of at least systems and processes, I think South Africa played a very big role there.
In 1990, the release of Nelson Mandela, the unbanning of liberation movements, we saw a change, and that foreign policy became much more people-centered, that emphasized the Africanness.
SADC is a regional bloc, let me say it, so that countries can get benefit of being members of the economic unit.
Our vision as SADC is that we must do industrial development, because through industry, you manufacture, you trade. And integration means you have free trade, free movement of goods and people within the region.
SADC recognized that small-scale traders is going to be part of us for a very long time. And therefore, the protocol on trade, it comes with a simplified tariff structure to cater for the small traders.
We have been advocates of one-stop border posts and seeing the border posts as economic corridors for economic and regional integration for the whole region.
One of the major challenges we have is the unemployed youth.
Unemployment, inequalities, as well as economic exclusion. These are issues and challenges that we as young people are facing in this region.
The future of the SADC lies in our youth of today and the youth of tomorrow, where we see our young people taking leadership positions, both in politics, economy, and in culture.
We have practically demonstrated our resolve collectively in bringing about stability through the work of the SADC facilitator, the deployment of the Oversight Committee, and the deployment of a SADC preventative mission.
SADC is essentially one big family, and I think this is one of the reasons it has been one of the most successful economic communities on the continent.
Welcome to the 46th SADC Summit. We're coming live from the Inkosi Chief Albert Lutuli ICC Center in Durban. And basically we have 16 heads of nations, that are here. We do hear that there's a representation of 12 heads that are definitely here, but then they are represented also by some of their counterparts, from those nations. And just a reminder that, this summit is definitely here where they'll be discussing the issue of regional integration, which is the key priority that the member states will be discussing. For right now, we have an insert from one of the business ladies who is basically looking at, how can it be maybe easier, for business people, to move within countries. If I have a business, at the end of the day, what issues are there, for her, So it's important that, the issues of compliance, the issues of legality, are corrected. So please have a look at the insert here.
Good afternoon. My name is Sindisiwe Hlangwane. I represent the business sector here today. I'm a business delegate. We are here at the public lecture that is hosted by His Excellency President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa to discuss the 46th SADC summit that is happening from Monday, Sunday. Here in Durban. I think it's important for such a lecture to happen, first of all, because I think it brings in everybody to be on the same page and understand the SADC mandate, which is the SADC 2050. The reason I chose to attend, obviously, and one of the key things that I think the President touched on, that I very much was interested in, was obviously to open the trade routes between the SADC countries, as the President rightfully stated. That is, South Africa, we export raw materials only to then buy them back as a finished product. But should we then be able to open our borders, open our trading lines, as well as then harmonize the customizations, as well as the, certifications that are needed in order for cross-border business to be able to happen? That is one of the key things that obviously I think as a business sector person is very important, and that is the key takeaways that I took from the address by the President today. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Sindisiwe Hlangwane. I represent the business sector here today. I'm a business delegate. We are here at the public lecture that is hosted by His Excellency President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa to discuss the 46th SADC summit that is happening from Monday, Sunday. Here in Durban. I think it's important for such a lecture to happen, first of all, because I think it brings in everybody to be on the same page and understand the SADC mandate, which is the SADC 2050. The reason I chose to attend, obviously, and one of the key things that I think the President touched on, that I very much was interested in, was obviously to open the trade routes between the SADC countries, as the President rightfully stated. That is, South Africa, we export raw materials only to then buy them back as a finished product. But should we then be able to open our borders, open our trading lines, as well as then harmonize the customizations, as well as the, certifications that are needed in order for cross-border business to be able to happen? That is one of the key things that obviously I think as a business sector person is very important, and that is the key takeaways that I took from the address by the President today. Thank you.
And now we're back. We'd also like to say hello to our listeners via the radio simulcast across different community radio stations who have joined the special broadcast of Goza TV at the 46th session of, SADC heads of states. And Eugene, when we just saw this clip now, coming from the lecture that was held on Friday by President Ramaphosa, this shows you that even when we host these high-level summits where heads of state come together, there is also some public participation that has to happen. And this conversation was happening at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, and it happened on Friday. And it was one of the key seminal events, that really tried to bring the SADC conversation closer to young people.
No, indeed, Tsecho. And, the president, presented, his public lecture at UKZN. And I think the reception was quite very positive, from young people, that as much as, the SADC, it's positioned as a high decisioned body, but the South African president was bridging the gap amongst the youth, that what, we are here also to listen to the youth. And it's also very encouraging that one of our guests, Mr. Maswanganyi, also spoke about SADC Forum, which is a body that is there to basically listen to the voices of the young people. They're actually encouraging young people to use that type of forum, to know exactly what's happening whether on the issues of digital connectivity, whether on the issue of skills, capacity, etc. But also what we witnessed on that video as well is that this lady is also talking about, as a business person, are there opportunities for me, to move my goods from one country to the other? So young people actually want to know exactly that, can SADC make it possible and easy to move, their goods, and also make it easy for them to actually get whatever certificates that are required, because we'd find that, as business people, one would actually have hindrance as well, of whether I'm moving my goods from South Africa or to Botswana. So how do you mitigate whatever challenges that actually may arise?
Definitely, Eugene. And I think Mr. Maswanganyi has given us the context of how this movement of goods and people work, that countries need to ratify a protocol. So there has to be consensus around what policy instrument, facilitates for this trade to happen, this people-to-people exchange programs happen. And I think it would be important, as citizens of the SADC region, that we all educate ourselves on what these protocols entail and really take advantage, of the levers that are within the different protocols. So this particular region as well, we also understand that it's fairly a stable and a peaceful region. So there are opportunities, to definitely exploit more trade within the region, but also exploit exchange of culture.
Absolutely.
And really, really embed ourselves in this pride, of being SADC. I mean, one of the things also is that there's a SADC anthem, that I don't think most people within the region know about. And now we're going to be crossing over, looking at the preview of the SADC documentary.
In 1994, as South Africa emerged from the shadows of apartheid, it stepped into a new era, not alone, but alongside its neighbors in Southern Africa. Born from the shared struggles for liberation, the Southern African Development Community became a beacon of unity, peace, and economic integration across the region. Today, it brings together 16 nations bound by a vision of collective prosperity and regional self-reliance. This is the story of South Africa's journey in SADC. A journey of transformation, diplomacy, and solidarity.
Well, in 1994, that's when South Africa, you could say, came of age. We became a nation reborn into the African family of nations. We were a country that was regarded as a pariah state, unwanted and not able to have any relations with many countries, not only in our region, but also on our continent.
We have tended to be euphoric about achieving freedom. In 1994, which was really achieving civil and political rights. But I think the apartheid state affected all of our region, particularly the so-called frontline states. These are the countries that are closest in relation to South Africa's border and have very strong cultural and linguistic bonds.
There were endless attacks and human rights violation by apartheid South Africa, bombings in Mozambique, bombing in Zimbabwe, bombing in Zambia. South Africa became a country that was destabilizing its neighboring countries.
We have contributed towards the unity of the people of Africa. I think if we are seen in isolation, therefore, it might be said we are not achieving anything. But if we are seen as part of a wider army of people, of Zambia, of Zimbabwe, Namibia, Mozambique, Angola, Tanzania, Lesotho, Swaziland, Botswana, we have made great strides.
The first thing is to understand that South Africa was isolated for quite a long time. Isolated from the rest of the continent. That's the main thing. From the 80s, coming towards the 90s, the bond started forming. There are borders, but those borders, they actually don't mean anything. Because you have one side of the border, you have the same people. On the other side of the border, you have also the same people. In almost all countries, it's exactly like that.
The frontline states were key allies in the fight against apartheid, offering vital support to exiles and liberation movements.
We joined SADC because we were liberated. SADC assisted us in our liberation struggle. And when we joined SADC in 1994, it was what I called a natural reintegration of all liberation movements and forces within the SADC region.
On this historic occasion, we bring you the warmest and fraternal greetings of our President Nelson Mandela, our Government of National Unity, and indeed the people of South Africa as a whole. And we thank you most sincerely for your invitation to democratic South Africa to join the Southern African Development Community as its 11th member.
Since 1994, successive South African presidents have consistently placed SADC at the heart of South Africa's foreign policy.
Now, that's very pivotal for me to understand SADC because I think it plays a role in how SADC engages politically, economically, and socially with one another. So by the time South Africa joins in 1994, we suddenly have a regional bloc that can speak with one voice. What it means to have a regional bloc like SADC is that member states come together and they are able to engage around peace, security, and economic development. And I think it's an essential tool for African nations to work together within regions to get certain development trajectories off the ground.
In 1994 changed everything. We became a member of the family of nations, and as it were, we were the new kid on the block. It was a moment of great joy, and our aspirations as a nation, a newborn nation really, was that we should become part of this club of nations.
Since joining SADC, South Africa has marked a pivotal turning point in the region's integration and cooperation. As the continent's most industrialized economy, South Africa has brought both influence and direction to SADC, shaping a foreign policy rooted in peace, cooperation, and regional development.
We saw a change, a sea change, in which the new government that came into power in 1994, its foreign policy changed. A foreign policy that emphasized human rights, that emphasized cooperation, that emphasized the Africanness.
Ever since South Africa joined, they have led or been part of the leadership of the SADC region. They have indeed become part of the creation of SADC to be what it is. And South Africa is often an additional thing, often played what we call a diplomatic bridge. Sometimes when we had difficult engagements or moments of tension, it has been able to probably draw in from its experience as it was doing negotiation.
And we played a number of roles, particularly in peace missions and fostering peace in a number of countries.
When we move into SADC, in terms of at least systems and processes, I think South Africa played a very big role there.
South Africa's integration into SADC reinforced a shared commitment to democratic governance. From monitoring elections to providing technical assistance, South Africa's efforts have strengthened democratic institutions and promoted credible electoral processes across member states.
We've been able to assist electoral support system where countries could not manage elections.
It can't be taken for granted. It's something that was fought for, which previous generations in the SADC region or even in our country do not have this opportunity of voting regularly.
As South Africa, we have been very fortunate to have an excellent independent electoral commission established by our constitution as one of the institutions promoting democracy.
For us to monitor and observe elections is to bring a sense of trust, credibility, legitimacy in those elections. We want to see democracy thrive. We want to see the good governance, the rule of law prevailing in those African countries.
In addition to promoting democratic governance, South Africa has, over the past 30 years, played a leading role in supporting regional stability, particularly during the political crises in countries such as Lesotho and Mozambique.
The Department of Foreign Affairs has a fund, it's called the Renaissance Fund, where South Africa would then assist in peacekeeping in the region, conflict resolution, negotiation. In the 90s, 96, 97, our neighboring countries confronted quite a number of crises pertaining to political, economical challenges. One in particular is Lesotho. There were signs that the military is taking over the country and there will be massive killing of people.
As South Africa made it quite clear that militarily it's not acceptable for the military to intervene. And therefore that, as South Africa and as SANDF, we've managed to take along to our brothers in SADC.
Lesotho also being a kingdom, just went through a lot of military coups. We had to go in there and assist because it will have an impact in terms of people's movement, it will have an impact in terms of regional security. Zimbabwe was a bit tough for us, if you look at Zimbabwe, but we were able to assist Zimbabwe in terms of electoral support system.
In the Zimbabwean crisis, it became an international where bigger power sanctions were applied and a number of things that went wrong in that country. But South Africa managed to bring stability.
SANDF has also engaged in mediation and peacekeeping in DRC and northern Mozambique.
The principles, you must at least only use force when you're protecting yourself. And two, you must be seen to be impartial. Now, in Congo, you can't be impartial. You are bound to go.
Welcome back to a special broadcast of the 46th Summit SADC. We're coming live here from the Chief Albert Lutuli International Convention Center in KZN in South Africa. You've just pretty much, watched a documentary that gives you an overview of the establishment of SADC since its formation. And hopefully, you've enjoyed it. But then joining us in studio, we have the Commissioner, Dr. Mike Masiapato from the Border Management Agency, who will give us an overview of the readiness, from the BMA perspective. Dr. Masiapato, welcome to Goza TV.
That's great. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Dr. Masiapato, as South Africa is hosting the SADC summit, and we're taking that 10, I think it is our 4th time that we actually are hosting. In terms of the establishment of the BMA, what progress has taken place in terms of, the management and security of the South African border?
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Yes, since the BMA establishment, 1st April 2023, there is a lot of work that has been done up to this point in terms of ensuring that we implement an integrated border management model. You will remember that we have actually undone what used to be called a multi-agency approach in terms of border management, where there has been a lot of government departments that has been sent to the port, to go implement their own individual departmental legislative mandates. And on that particular basis, that has created a lot of silos, a lot of fragmentation, a lot of wastage of resources. But ultimately, it also created a platform for corrupt activities. So when we then had to come through, we had to actually move towards integrating various functions under a single command and control, which effectively enabled us to be able to intensify border management work by ensuring that we are able to share resources within the same ecosystem, but at the same time make sure that we intensify the operations in the environment. So we can say that a lot has been done just within the context of facilitating people movement, but also facilitating goods movement. I can give you a typical example. We just came back from Oshuk, a port of entry, which is a port between South Africa and Eswatini. We used to spend something like, we used to take something like 9 hours for a truck on the road for it to be able to be processed at the port between South Africa and Eswatini, 9 hours. We're able to reduce that to 6 hours. We're then able to reduce that to 5 hours. And I just came back from there now. We are now able to do end-to-end processing of a truck in 20 minutes between South Africa into Eswatini. And what have we done? We made sure that we synchronize the standard operating procedures within the port on the South African side, but also synchronize the same operating procedures with our immediate neighborhood, which is Eswatini in this instance. And on that basis, we have better facilitation and better movement. But at the same time, there are a lot of other things that we are doing around dealing with issues of illegal migration, the technology that we have introduced, and all of those kind of issues.
It's very encouraging that there's a relationship and coordination, bilaterals actually happening between member states. In preparation of SADC, are you engaging with them? Is there proper coordination, with those countries and 16 countries in total? And also, what challenges may you also just give us a snippet that are actually taking place?
Yeah, maybe let me say that in terms of our immediate 6 neighboring countries, those are the countries that we share land borders with in particular. We have a lot of interaction with them on a daily basis. You will be aware that each and every port has what we call the Port Management Committee. So the Port Management Committee is a committee on the South African side of the border, wherein we have all the key leadership within that particular space led by the port commander of the Border Management Authority. So in that instance, we then have what we call the joint bilateral committees, and that is now the Port Management Committee of South Africa and the Port Management Committee of the immediate country. And we are able to synchronize the issues. We are able to make sure that we coordinate our efforts. If, for example, we have to extend operating hours for whatever reason, we make sure that we interact together and we're able to do so. If there is some kind of a disaster like a rain, as an example, and we need to kind of synchronize our decision making, for example, to stop processing because of, for example, the place no longer being safe, we do that through those particular platforms. All of those things are actually done to demonstrate that we work with our immediate neighborhood, particularly from a processing perspective. So the working relationship there is fine. The only main challenge we have is on the issue of illegal migration. I think you will fairly be aware that stopping illegal migration is a bit of an expensive enterprise, because mainly people are really moving away from economic strife in their jurisdiction, and therefore they are actually going to another space with the intention of getting better job opportunities. So because of that, it then becomes a bit difficult even for those countries to try and do border patrols to stop their own nationals from exiting their country illegally into South Africa. And that is where the bigger challenge is. But the second biggest challenge is when countries also struggle to give their people passports for them to be able to move through the normal ports of entry and be able to enter South Africa, for instance, in this particular example. So those are the kind of challenges that are actually there. But despite that, there are other countries who can be able to give their people passports, but the passports are just very expensive. And that is why then people are not able to afford those passports, and that is why they will enter the country, South Africa, illegally. So it is all of these kind of things that are very much problematic. But from a facilitation perspective, we work very well. The only problem we have is just on the issue of illegal migration. In terms of the rest of SADC, once again, we have the problem of illegal migration coming even outside our 6 neighboring countries. That is why our border with Zimbabwe becomes one of the most chocker-blocker area, because we don't only deal with Zimbabweans, but we deal with people from Congo, for example, people from Zambia, people from Malawi, and all of the other parts of the continent. And that is where the bigger, I would say, enforcement that we do is actually happening in that particular corridor to make sure that we deal with illegal migration.
And Dr. Masiapato, if we look at this particular summit and the kind of operational work that BMA had to put in, can you just unpack for us, how you help with the movement, of dignitaries coming into the country, as well as making sure that goods are declared, etc. If you can just take us through that.
Yeah, you see, this particular summit, we planned for it since, earlier in the year. We knew that it is coming in August. So on that basis, from a border management perspective, we had to then make sure that we put all the resources together from a planning perspective to make sure that we are ready to deal with this particular event. So what is the first thing that we do as part of the planning? One, we make sure that we actually engage with our colleagues from DERCO, the Department of International Relations and Cooperation. We then re-emphasize what are the do's and the don'ts for coming into South Africa. For instance, if we talk about countries from SADC, there is no visa requirement for them to enter the Republic. So what do they need? They only need a passport, as an example. So in that instance, it's not an issue in terms of visa requirements, because most of them have either 90 days, 60 days, or 30 days to can enter South Africa, as we can also enter their countries. So we re-emphasize those issues. But at the same time, from a health perspective, there are certain countries that are, for example, yellow fever endemic. In this instance will be the DRC, when we talk about SADC. So in this instance, they will need a yellow fever certificate to show that they've been vaccinated for yellow fever for them to enter the Republic. So we re-emphasize all of those things through the embassies, but also through DERCO into those countries. Similarly, when it comes to agricultural biosecurity, as South Africa, we don't accept anybody bringing any kind of a fruit or an agricultural product from any of their jurisdiction and bring it into the Republic. So we re-emphasize that. Don't try to bring an apple here. Don't try to bring some orange here. Don't try to bring some whatever issue here. Because if you do, we're going to confiscate and we're going to make sure it gets destroyed. So I'm just saying, we do proactive work to make sure that when we now have to do the actual facilitation, we don't have problems. And I can confirm to you, even when we started doing this work to bring in the ministers, to bring in the senior officials, we have not had any incident wherein we had to have a major, takedown of some sort in terms of things that people have tried to bring into the country. So that proactive work has actually assisted us. By the way, when we handled BRICS just 2 years ago, we had one of the most difficult problems. And the reason why is because we did not at that time do a lot of proactive work. So we actually, in a way, learned through that process. And when we did the G20 last year, that was even a perfected one because it was actually global. Not even just SADC, but global. And we're able to do all the proactive work. So we learned through that you must make sure that proactive work is activated. So at the end, when they arrive, it becomes a bit easier. So one of the things that we do when they arrive, for example, I've been on the ground at Kinshasa, receiving some of the heads of state as they come through. So firstly, when they are busy trying to get down to the aircraft, we do health screening on them. We use a system that we have invested on, which is a very long-distance health assessment system. So we do that to the president, and they won't even see that we are doing that. We are checking if they have any escalated temperature so that we can be able to determine if they have any communicable disease or any kind of infectious disease. Once they are cleared, then they will go. But if we pick up a challenge with the head of state, we don't stop them. We actually call their medical team. We tell them what we've picked up, and they must go and make sure that they get them quarantined and they deal with that particular situation. If they find, when they do further work, if they find that yes, indeed, they are having a particular infectious disease, they will not be able to come to the summit. But in this instance, all of them were cleared and they were able to come through. So we do that in terms of all the delegates. We also do immigration work. We then do agricultural biosecurity. We have our sniffer dogs. All their luggages is going to be, screened to make sure that there's nothing undesirable in their bags. And once they are cleared, then they're able to come through into the country. So that's the work that we do.
Yeah, that is a lot of preparation, but I think it's also important because then it gets to show how then South Africa is able to host a lot of these key important events because we've got the infrastructure and the skills in place to make sure that these events really run smoothly. And I'd just like to touch on what happened last week at OR Tambo when you launched the electronic travel authorization. And, how will that really benefit, the region itself as well as South Africa in terms of increasing tourists but also trade?
Yeah, you see, maybe let me start here by saying that when we came in as the Border Management Authority, we inherited a system that has been used by the Department of Home Affairs since 2010. And that was the system that was put together in preparation of the World Cup. It's called Enhanced Movement Control System. So that system was obviously getting a bit old and it was becoming obviously very much obsolete. So there was another system that was put through called the Biometric Movement Control System with the intention of using the finger as a key biometric. So all those systems were becoming a bit obsolete, and that is why now we had to move into latest technology. And for us to be able to do that was to build an electronic travel authorization in the back end. That is the system that is with the Department of Home Affairs. It is actually a visa system where people then apply for visas for them to be able to come into the country. But when they arrive at the port, we then use an enhanced movement control system. We call it 2.0, which is version 2. So that is the system that now uses key biometric, which is the face. Facial recognition. That is why we invested in cameras so that immediately somebody arrives at the port, you just look at the camera, the system pre-populates everything, biographic data from yourself without any other thing. So an official will no longer have to sit in there and try to type anything on the system, but it pre-populates via your face. Immediately that has been populated, we then scan your passport. Then the system is going to compare, through AI in the back end, is going to compare your face as you are there against the face when you were applying for ETA and against the face on your passport. It does that triangulation and is able to then authorize you to enter the Republic. Now, the system for now, it is at airports, and we are going to roll it out to the rest of the other areas like land ports, seaports, and all of those places. The system is going to help us in a number of ways. One, we are going to move away from reliance on a passport in terms of looking at the passport, whether it is stamped, and looking at the date it was stamped. But we are now going to rely on the face. So inside the country, for everybody that entered the country, they are going to then be looked at through a camera, through their face, to check if they are in the country legally or not. That is going to help us with that. Secondly, there has been these schemes where people will take passports, go and get them stamped illegally, so that when people are found in the country, they are able to produce a passport with a date. And because it is physical, then people think the person is in the country legally, yet they're actually illegal in the country. But all of that will be gone when we start using the electronic traveler authorization. It will assist us mainly to manage migration, very fundamental. But more critically, it will also enable us to track individuals who would have entered the country under 30 days, 60 days or 90 days. When your days are about to expire, the system automatically sends you a message and say, by the way, you have 3 days, you need to start homing up to exit the country. Otherwise, you will be illegal and you are going to be sought after by the Immigration Inspectorate. So that is what the system is going to do. From a tourism perspective, a lot of people will be coming through that particular system because it takes 24 hours to apply for ETA and get an answer. So people like Chinese, which are the people we put in the pilot, Indians, Indonesians, Mexicans, we put those in the pilot because those are countries that generate a lot of tourism into our country. And they've been using it since the G20. And that is why the president just launched it now so that we can roll it out to the rest of the other ports.
I mean, it's clear that, BMA is technologically advanced, I think, at this particular stage. But then one would also ask a question that, are you working also with other law enforcement agencies, should there be any issues that may arise within the system itself? Our people may actually find loopholes also. And also, my second question to you is that how will you be working with other countries in terms of particularly the ETA system?
Yeah, maybe let me start by reflecting on the first one. We are working with the rest of the ecosystem. You will remember that in the justice, crime prevention and security cluster, the JCPS, there is something that is called IJS. It's integrated justice system. So integrated justice system, it's a platform where all the systems in the security cluster are linking into to make sure that we are able to share data live, according to, in other words, every other thing that is happening in the criminal justice system. So in this instance, we are working together with the police, for instance, for the purposes of picking up people that would have committed crimes inside the country when they either attempt to exit the country. Similarly, we are working with Interpol. The Interpol South Africa Bureau in Pretoria, we work with them. We are linked with their system. We are able to pick up when people are in the red notice that are required by other countries because they committed crimes. We are able to pick that up and we are able to intercept those kind of individuals. But in instances, like with the example of Mr. Chuma, as an example, who killed his family in the UK and he was able to come through. Some people thought that it was a failure of the system. No, it is because he left the UK. He went to Dubai and then he ended up at OR Tambo. But by that particular time, nobody knew that his family has been killed. It was only when he arrived in South Africa that the British police picked up that his family has been killed and they raised the alarm. And we were able to get him traced in seconds. You remember, it actually less than 24 hours, we got them arrested. So the point I'm trying to demonstrate is we are working with the rest of the ecosystem to deal with crime issues and make sure that we understand everybody that is in the country and we deal with this issue of illegal migration. Now, in working with the rest of the other countries, remember, what used to be a very serious challenge has been people will have to go to embassies across the world, South African embassies, to go and apply for visa. You apply for a visa in an embassy in the UK, for example, and that particular application must come to Pretoria, it must be processed, and then after that you must then get results. Hence, people will have to wait for a month, for example, just to get a visa response. But now, we no longer have to do that. People don't have to go to embassies and make queues there and cause chaos. But what they need to do through their smartphone, they just go into eta.dha.gov.za. It's a web-based interface, and they're able through their phone to make the application. So that is the nature of the interface that we are to be having with the countries. Then we are going to be using these same countries to be able to populate the ETA when it gets rolled out to the rest of the countries to make sure that the people on the ground definitely use it as they are intending to come into South Africa. Within 24 hours, they get their results. When they arrive at the port, seamless movement. And that is what we are meant to be doing in facilitating people and goods movement in and out of the Republic.
But then how are you conscientizing people also, around, all these advancements, all these tools as well? Is there some kind of like education, that is being made, to the South African public also, and then also to your bilaterals as well? Do they know about the system, So because you need to bring people back also to understand exactly how the system actually works.
Yeah, you're very much right on that. And by the way, we're discussing this same issue. And we were basically talking about the fact that although we do have communications and marketing in our ecosystem, we need an outreach, kind of a space within the Border Management Authority, and we don't have that as yet. So what we basically do, because obviously we are still building the organization. I mean, you know that we are still operating at 25% capacity. There are some issues of investment within the ecosystem itself. So on that basis, we also leverage on other structures, and they assist us to be able to communicate certain messages. I have indicated earlier about our relationship with the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, which is the platform we use to be able to reach out there in terms of other jurisdictions, in terms of communicating with the travelers through embassies and all of those kind of platforms. So we do that, we use other platforms and other structures that are existing in the government enterprise. In terms of the overall ETA, I would say publication or outreach work, the Department of Home Affairs itself, because they are the custodian of issuing visas and all of those issues. So they drive drive some of those particular outreach ultimately. But in terms of the actual travelers, when they come, there is also a lot of your branding and a lot of directive that we've given. If you are to arrive at OR Tambo, you will realize that there is an ETA counter, there is ETA areas and all of the well demarcated, and that is where everybody then gets processed as speedily as possible. So in our own conversations with our, the neighboring countries, bilaterals that we have, we keep on emphasizing these particular issues. And ultimately, when this thing gets to the land ports, then you'll start seeing the difference in terms of us and our ability to make sure that we, do border management a bit better in the latest century.
And then the president spoke about this time around at one of his opening at the UKZN public lecture.
Yeah.
He spoke about deeper regional integration. And as we assume, the chairmanship, for the next 12 months, what plans or priorities is the BMA focusing on, or if you have any plans in place?
Yeah, you see, that is a very fundamental point. And if you were to listen to the president, even when he spoke, even yesterday at the gala dinner, one of the fundamentals is every other thing that is being dealt with, border management becomes very much central and very much key. Because you cannot talk about, for example, sub-regional economic integration, and you can't talk about goods movement between countries. That becomes border management. So if you were to talk about infrastructure, development that we need to advance for the economies of the region to grow together so that we can deal with the push factors, especially for people moving out of jurisdictions because there's no economic opportunities. All of those issues, the issue of border management becomes very much central. And that is why we become very key as the BMA in this particular conversation. So what are the plans that we have in place? Number one, you will be aware that we are in the process of starting to redesign and redevelop our top 6 land commercial ports. Bait Bridge is going to be redesigned, completely opened up. Libombo is going to be done the same, the one that goes to Mozambique. We're going to be doing the same to Oshuk, the one that goes to Eswatini. We're going to do the same to Maseru Bridge and Fixberg going to Lesotho. We're going to do the same to Kofontaine going to Botswana. All these ports are going to be opened up. The intention is to make sure that we have, for example, the lanes that will be exclusively for the trucks, the lanes exclusively for the buses, the ones for the taxis, the ones for the small vehicles, and all of that. But for the trucks, the most important part, we are working to make sure that there is a non-stop border post, meaning the trucks, when they arrive at the port, they will no longer have to stop. They will have to just pass through. And that is why we are working together with our immediate neighboring countries to make sure that we activate non-stop border post. Zimbabwe is ready. They've already done their redevelopment. When we are done with ours, definitely we are going to implement all of that. All these are the plans to make sure that there is seamless movement of goods between countries in the region and ultimately in the continent, so that we can achieve Africa, or what is called intra-Africa trade, and ultimately activate the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. So we are very much central to that. But as we do that with goods, we must do that with people. When people are able to move seamlessly, without any issue, they're able to move legally, then it enables us to be able to improve our economies and ultimately improve employment opportunities and ultimately have better migration patterns within the region, and that becomes very much critical.
I think, Dr. Masiepato, this conversation has really given our viewers a sense that the BMA is central to SADC Vision 2050. And the fact that, without the prescripts governing the BMA, a lot of this ideas of regional integration and industrialization will not be realized. So, it's very important that we also understand that movement of people and goods, as you've said, is key to making this region thrive. So we thank you for your time with us. And now we'll be crossing over to an interview that we pre-recorded with our guest from UKZN, Mr. Sandile Mnguni.
I think it positions UKZN because the slogan says that Premier University of African Scholarship. It gives the university that credibility that it really wants, or it is concerned about African issues, but also regionally. It wants to ensure that it deals with the issues that the region is faced with in terms of the population it serves, the students it deals with. It wants to ensure that they have the necessary skills to deal with African challenges, especially those facing the SADC region. But also, more importantly, the presence of a statesman in a university is a significance because it provides that legitimacy that is needed, that the university is really interested in working closer with the government, but also in dealing with the challenges that the society at large is faced with. That cannot be done with the university working alone, working in silos, but also the government cannot do that without being involved with entities such as university. And obviously, UKZN was better placed for that.
Hi, my name is Brene Naidu. We are at UKZN, and I just saw the president. Oh my God, guys! I was so excited. And the president is here for a meeting that UKZN is hosting. I feel like having a meeting with all these foreign countries is a step forward because a lot of like war-stricken countries are coming together to discuss Africa's potential. They should be talking about building better infrastructures for African countries, especially the rural areas, because I feel like a lot of African countries have potential. We just don't have the infrastructure to get there.
Okay, because the Africa that we want to see, an industrialized, developed Africa that we want to see, that cannot happen as a miracle. It needs a human capital. So in this regard, the youth is regarded as to be at the center of this future that we want, at the center of this developed and industrialized Africa that we want. So now it puts a challenge to the education sector that in terms of curriculum, things need to move in a direction that will ensure that the youth is equipped with the necessary skills that will allow the region and the continent in general to move towards the direction of development, but also of creating its own infrastructure without having to seek for assistance from the outside, sometimes which can be a bit expensive. So in a way, the youth will be central in creating this infrastructure that Africa needs, but also in servicing the infrastructure that will be built and other necessary components of this development that will involve. For instance, you find that when we look in sectors such as engineering, for instance, there are these components that always have to be outsourced elsewhere. Sometimes they become expensive, but not only expensive, it can be time consuming. Something as a component could take about 6 months to be delivered into the continent. So if you have the youth being properly trained, with the proper curriculum that the education sector is capable of creating, you find that it will be easier for the youth to be the source of this development that we need, but also of servicing this development that has already been created in terms of the infrastructure. For instance, in the event of breakdowns with the machinery, it will be easier for the African youth of the future, which has been properly trained with the proper curriculum that has been created by the education sector. It will be easier for such components to be insourced. So in a way, the education sector should create a curriculum that is able to resonate with the African problems.
Hi, I am Sineko Kuduma. I'm a professor and the Dean of Teaching and Learning in the College of Health Sciences at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. So when we got this invitation, it was exciting, especially for me, being the Dean of Teaching and Learning, to see how best we can integrate what the President is thinking, but more importantly, what the Vision 2050 is all about into the curriculum, so that we make sure that we produce the graduates that are not only just fit for purpose today, but also into the future. So listening to the president helped me to realize that I need to go back into the college and talk to my colleagues and talk to the students and see how best we make this vision a real vision, not only for now, but for the future generations to come.
Okay, I think as things stand, it doesn't. I don't think it's enough. The collaboration that exists, UKZN and also with other South African universities and also other universities in the region, I don't think it has reached a level that we can regard as to be going forward. I think the best that can be done is also maybe on issues of curriculum development. Those that are seemingly doing well in certain fields or in certain disciplines that are seen as to be of necessity moving forward should be able to try and assist the institutions that seem to be struggling. But also, more importantly, I think it's the issue also of access to information. Some universities are better placed to certain information in terms of access to experts, for instance, but also in terms of access to database. I think institutions need to try and open up themselves to collaboration with other institutions. But also not only that, in terms of curriculum, there should be somehow some form of similarity that it should be easier for a student who is moving from UKZN, for instance, to another university in Tanzania to be able to move easily. But also in terms of collaboration, when it comes to research, someone who is interested in research that is seemingly relevant to a particular or to another university within the SADC or within the African continent should find it easier to move or to be able to work with experts from that other university. And also this aspect of having key projects that exist amongst these universities. For instance, a university like ours, such as UKZN, should be able to have, already there are some of those projects, but I think there should be more of them that exist with other institutions, not only in terms of the success of these projects themselves becoming a success, but also in terms of human capital. Creating a situation where students from different institutions are able to interact with each other and share some of their insights in relation to particular research and solutions and the thinking that they have around various topics and various issues that are facing the African continent and the SADC region in general. Mostly with our university, UKZN, it ensures that it brings itself, it ensures that it is closer to the communities and the problems that they are faced with. But also in terms of our curriculum is in such a way that it is adapted to the African issues. The literature or the scholarship that is offered mostly is the scholarship that resonates with Africa, written mostly for to deal or looking at the African problems, but also trying to come up with African solutions. But also there is room for students to bring their own frame of reference in relation to where they are coming from. Students are always encouraged every now and then when they are engaging in research to try and do research that is closer to the African issues, that is closer to the problems that Africa is faced with, and also in trying to come up with African solutions. But not only that, even in terms of the language, there is or there are some developments in relation to try and ensure that the graduates that leave the university are able to communicate effectively with the local communities where they are coming from. But also other than that, there has been a number of projects that try or seek to ensure that the university is able to link with other communities outside South Africa, in the African continent mostly, where it has gone as far as to even the recruitment of students doing research about their various communities within the African continent and also in the SADC region. So the thinking has always been that allows African intellectual thought to flourish without it being intercepted, whilst also ensuring that those traditions of being a university are kept in terms of research, for instance?
My name is Lucy Ngama. I'm the Deputy Vice Chancellor and Head of the College of Health Sciences. Today we were hosting the SADC region delegates. The President was here to give a public lecture.
And we've just come back from that interview with Sandile Mnguni from UKZN. And now we're joined in studio by the Mayor of eThekwini, Mr. Cyril Kaba. Welcome to Goza TV.
Oh, thank you very much. Greetings to yourself and to the viewers at home. Thanks for the opportunity.
Mayor, if you can just tell us, what does hosting the SADC Summit mean for eThekwini as a city? What benefits do you think you'll derive from hosting this auspicious event?
Well, firstly, eThekwini is known for holding major events, and we are really becoming a destination for a preferred destination for conferencing, sporting, and leisure, and so on. So, and that has translated itself into what called tourism. As you know, that the city has seen the tourism sector as one of the major economic sector that we have a serious competitive or comparative advantage. So hosting such an event, profiling the city, it means a lot to the city of Durban. People are viewing this thing at home, wherever they are. They're looking at this beautiful city that has been able to host a successful international event. They're saying, wow, one day would want to visit this city. People who are here, though, as delegates, after they've been exposed, and they'll take away this wonderful and memorable experience back home, and then come back as visitors. And then whenever they'll be talking about this city. And the investors are also looking at us. I mean, last year alone, the city attracted in excess of 50 billion rand investment. You know, I'm saying it starts from small things like this that you see the city and succeeding and staging an event, pulling all stop to ensure that an event such as this becomes a success that it is. I'm excited.
Mayor, the city has a very important, corridor here. And perhaps maybe you'd like to share some of the achievements, from the port of entries that have taken place, perhaps maybe in the last few years, with our viewers here.
Well, look, let me thank, firstly, the Minister of Transport at the national level, who was responsible for the port. And the investment they made in the port has actually increased the operational efficiencies of the port. So that means a lot in terms of pushing volumes of the economy in and out of the country. And they move through this corridor. And we are busy and, revamping our N3, and you've seen it. It's been widened, and there's a lot of investment that has gone into that, recognizing the importance of this corridor. They're also investing in rail, because you can improve the road, you can improve the port. If your rail it's not improved, you find it difficult to get cargo away from road to rail, because we need to push cargo from road to rail. So I'm excited with the investment that is actually happening in the freight rail, as it were. And they've opened up to even private operators to operate the rail as well. So this is exciting news. And we are developing a dry port not very far away from the city to ease out congestion in the city. There's a 10 billion rand investment that will be taking place in the Cato Ridge area. So that excites me. That as we do these things, growth happens, people say new opportunities, and they are now investing to say, how then do we ease out the traffic by investing in the thing, so that we facilitate the quicker turnaround time, as it were.
And just to add, we understand that the Presidential eThekwini Working Group has really facilitated for the city to implement a couple of reforms. If you can, share a bit with us how that process has really assisted the city to come to a point where it attracts that 50 billion rand investment you spoke about.
From 2017, the city had 277 billion rand in investment in pipeline. So just major catalytics with the potential of creating the excess of 300,000 jobs. But we needed a push so that we convert these intentions, these pledges, and into real investment. That today you see Umhlanga developing to where it is now. If you go to Umhlanga, if you're Umhlanga 10 years ago and Umhlanga now, you'll see a huge difference. All of that is as a result of the intervention made by the president. Remember, what necessitated the Presidential eThekwini Working Group is a meeting that the president had with business. And business said, we have these challenges. If these bottlenecks can be removed, we are ready to come to the party and invest. And I also met with one financial investor, I can't mention the name, who said to me, just within 2 months of my election, he said, hey man, we are sitting with applications that are making a serious business case. But we are not certain about the direction that the city is taking, And we met, we discussed, I then said, if you leave business behind, and you will not get to where you want to be. Remember, it's not the function of government to create jobs. It's business create jobs. Ours is creating an enabling environment. And that the Presidential eThekwini Working Group is assisting us in creating that environment to be conducive for investment to land.
Mayor, as much as, you spoke about investment and so forth, but then what are opportunities that exist, for young people, for women in particular as well, amongst all this investment that you've been having in the city?
Well, you see, we have been looking at that issue because as a mayor, I'm also a chairperson of the finance committee at work. We look at how work is allocated to different groups within the city. I found that there is a slow take-up on the side of women and young people. I think sometimes it's a function of finance, funding, because unless you get funding and you'll not be able to take ambitious projects, as it were. And my appeal is to the financiers to have confidence in businesses led by young people, businesses led by women. Then you'll see a difference.
Thank you so much, Mayor, for that. And I think you've encapsulated, what eThekwini is capable of. And we hope that viewers out there are really hoping to come to Durban. So we'd like to thank you for your time. And we're going to go back to the UKZN interview.
Delegates, the president was here to give a public lecture on the Vision 2050 of SADC. We're very excited about it as a university. And the reason why we are excited is that we really want to partner with government in delivering on this Vision 2050. And some of the issues that he highlighted, which stood out for me, is the special planning that was always there which was always meant for apartheid, like how the roads were planned to take minerals, to take all the commodities out of the country instead of us trading within the region. What also stood out for me as someone who's coming from health sciences is how we have not developed our own capabilities in terms of pharmaceuticals, in terms of health infrastructure, in terms of sharing all this technology around health, digital transformation in health. That really stood out for me, and I thought it's something that I'll take back, and we need to reflect on it and plan how we assist the government and the SADC region to move forward on this vision, because we learned from COVID that we are on our own, as he said. And out of that desperation, we were able to work together. I think we need to draw lessons from that, because we were able to work together, and we were able to finally develop our own scientists to do the work. We had a lot being done at that time, and that showed us that we can do it. It took a crisis, but like they say, out of a crisis, something positive emerges, and we must now not lose those lessons, but draw from those lessons and use them to drive the agenda and this Vision 2050 forward.
Yes, somehow it became, I think it was a very light moment, which became very interesting, that also looking at the attendance itself, it showed that the youth has serious interest in relation to the politics of the day, but also in the region in general, in Southern Africa. I think it does place somehow easiness in relation to explaining that because of the youth's involvement, because of the subscription the youth has in things like social media and their interest on technology, it becomes very easier to explain to them that when one speaks of the SADC region, we are generally speaking about a community in Southern Africa, in the region of Southern Africa, a community of countries that are cooperating with each other, not only cooperating for the sake of cooperating, but they have challenges that they are faced with. Some of those challenges are already known to the youth. For instance, on issues of migration, on issues of climate change, on issues of access to necessary infrastructure, basic infrastructure such as water and energy. So this cooperation, explaining to the youth, would be that this cooperation is trying to bridge the gap amongst these countries, because the challenges that they are faced with in Southern Africa, these problems are common. And it becomes easier to even make examples to them that, look, there are issues that are always trending on social media. For instance, on issues of migration, on issues of access to basic needs such as energy and water. We've seen a number of countries in the region being faced by issues of shortage of water, shortage of energy, for instance. So the main goal now with this community of Southern Africa is to ensure that these countries try and come with solutions that they are faced with, but also looking at the population makeup of most of the countries in Southern Africa, also looking at Africa in general, you find that the makeup is such that it is made up of the youth. And now that you find that the common challenge amongst these countries in Southern Africa is that there's issues of unemployment, especially the youth. So this cooperation, this community called the SADC, is trying to deal with those issues as well, on issues of unemployment, but also try and create an infrastructure that will ensure that everything is able to go smoothly. Every now and then we are faced by issues of network challenges. The phone maybe, or even a device connected to an internet is freezing. Now you find that through this cooperation, an infrastructure that will ensure that the communication or the usage of such technological devices is seamless will become even much easier for these countries through them cooperating with each other.
Clearly today, it has been very clear for me that we need to do even more, because what we hear, Vision 2050, but we don't bring it to the ground. We don't bring it to the people in the community. We don't bring it into the classroom, which is why it excited me in particular to say, let me hear more about it and let me take what I'm hearing and make it easy for the next person to understand, not only in the curriculum, but going home and talking to my niece explaining in a way that she understands that she has a responsibility to take this vision to the future, because we will be gone. Just like the president was saying, it's not our vision. It's a vision, it's our vision for them, but they are the ones that are going to take it forward. But if they don't know what it is, then we are not doing our job.
I think the best tool across all of these so-called necessary skills, I think there will never be a possibility, these skills, if students do not have proper communication skills. And the proper communication skills also make it easier for them to become proper researchers. Through research, students are able to generate knowledge that will be useful, but also knowledge that will be for the African continent, that will resonate with African realities. And also on issues of digital literacy, students being able to engage with the technology, being able to use it responsibly. I think all of these necessary skills that we want them to have will become even more useful. And mostly, as I said, I think engineering is one of the most needed, but also we need people who will be able to build these government institutions that we have, these necessary institutions that are to become stronger and are able to have stronger leadership that is to implement proper policies that are needed, create laws that are necessary for the country, where laws should be created in such a way, laws and policies are created in such a way that they shouldn't be just reacting to the realities of the African continent, but they should be far ahead, where laws anticipate in relation to the upcoming problems and also the upcoming possibilities and opportunities. And obviously, agriculture will also be a necessary aspect in relation to these skills that will be needed for the African continent. There is a lot of potential when we look at the SADC region in terms of agriculture, but climate change has become an issue. So through research, universities and also the skills that are going to be needed should be able to adapt with the African realities, the realities of the SADC region when it comes to climate change. How do we adapt these infrastructures, these technologies that we have so that they are better placed to deal with these problems in the SADC region? Obviously, we also have issues such as access to clean potable water. Skills need to be built around that aspect where there is proper management of this infrastructure, of these resources that are seemingly scarce. Such skills will become even more important as the region is battling with issues of climate change, for instance, but also trying to respond to these realities of climate change. You then need individuals who will come with innovative skills in relation to the generation of energy. And then clean green energy then becomes the most viable mechanism. And I also think I did emphasize this aspect in relation to having skills where people are to manage the land effectively and things such as water, which we need on a daily basis. When we look at the region in Southern Africa, it's one of the regions that some of the countries, especially South Africa, it experiences serious shortages in relation to access to clean potable water. And then such skills will be needed in terms of the youth being trained properly so that they are able to manage these resources properly.
From UKZN, and he was really reflecting on the public lecture that took place, Eugene. We're also seeing through the feed that there are arrivals of heads of state. Earlier on, we saw our President Cyril Ramaphosa also arriving at the Chief Albert Luthuli International Convention Center. So, Eugene, just reflecting on our conversation with the mayor, in terms of how really hosting these events bring a lot of benefits for eThekwini, and also opening up, the expansion program of the corridors.
No, definitely, Tseho. I mean, the mayor actually highlighted on the importance, of those corridors, for them, and that there's been quite a lot of investment that has been injected, towards the city. Not only do they just, play a diplomatic host, to the SADC, but remember that, this province in particular and the city has hosted quite a lot of prestigious events, in the last couple of years. So it is the gateway to Africa, as the mayor actually, I think, put it as well. So I think, it's very, very important, that, it's obviously SADC is actually taking place here, but then also it actually helps, to amplify the tourism, aspect, of it at the end of the day. Yeah.
Definitely. And I think also, we also understand that South Africa is a key destination for hosting a lot of international events. And as the commissioner of the BMA outlined to us, it's particularly because of our state of readiness in terms of infrastructure and technology that South Africa has put in place to allow for that, a fast facilitation of movement of people and goods, ensuring that linking to our own domestic policy of Operation Vulindlela. I mean, if we look at this eThekwini working group that the mayor spoke to, it's an outcome of what is called municipal reforms. So the president has seen it fit, that within certain metropolitan areas, there has to be reforms that really facilitate investment. So we've got the Johannesburg working group. We've got a working group also in the city of Gqeberha. And this is just some of what Operation Vulindlela is unlocking. But also this freight logistics committee, it's really, really engineering what the mayor spoke about, particularly around the opening up of private players in the rail industry. We've seen Minister Barbara Creasy making those announcements earlier this year. So it's really coming into fruition what domestically we've put in place and the priorities of the 7th administration.
No, definitely, Tseho. I mean, you can see that, the province is ready, for economic growth, and they've actually advanced, I think, in that level, So the fact that, he's also not leaving, any young people or women behind, they also are saying that we are addressing the issues of poverty, the issues of unemployment, through various programs that they actually have in place. But then one also must note that, going back to the Border Management Authority, that it's very impressive in terms of, their digital connectivity, that they're able to actually introduce, systems that when you look at, previous years, 10 years down the line, South Africa was not even there, in terms of, port of entries. So it's quite impressive that, you have a government entity that is saying that in terms of digitization, we are definitely there. We're on par, with all our Western countries as well. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think, looking at the fact that we as a country, we're also very much a benchmark, for the region. We tend to lead on some of the harmonization policies, and countries would then say, okay, whatever it is that one of our member states has done, let us see if we can't replicate that. And I'm going to make an assumption that also through the BMA, there will be some lessons learned from that. And I'm also seeing that at these arrivals, a lot of the dignitaries are also being received by the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, Minister Lamola, and he chairs the Council of Ministers,
yes, correct.
Eugene,
Yes,
and they this week he also spoke a lot about other issues related to what the priorities of the summit are.
No, definitely. I mean, the minister has been quite busy. I mean, actually, when one look at the calendar, over the past month, there's been quite a lot of activities, different programs as well. I mean, you've also mentioned that the Council of Ministers. There's been a public lecture. Also, the minister also yesterday was part of the wreath laying, of the OR Tambo. So he's been a very busy minister. But I think what we need to see also, I think, close, the SADC, then we're going to be seeing quite a lot of, work, being implemented by our minister, Lamola. Yeah.
And yesterday, Eugene spoke to Mr. David Munyai, who is an analyst from the University of Johannesburg. Let's take a look at that interview.
Welcome to our special broadcast of government TV called Goza TV. Maybe let's go back to 2 days ago. The President of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, at UKZN, pronounced on a deeper regional integration. Perhaps maybe let's start there. How does it look like? I mean, from where we were to South Africa obviously taking the current chairmanship of SADC?
I think our understanding of deeper regional integration, we have to go back to 1980 when this body was established. It was established primarily to deal with the apartheid South Africa, that the entire region with uneven economic growth, infrastructure residing more in South Africa, and therefore the region with apartheid, how do you liberate South Africa as well as lessen the region dependent on apartheid South Africa? Post-1994, it changed from your SADC with double C to SADC that we know today. And therefore, I think economic development was central. However, the entire region itself has transformed quite enormously. It has transformed in terms of population. It was a smaller population than 46 years ago. Now we are almost 400 million, a population size as big as United States population. Home to some of the most precious critical minerals. And therefore, when you talk about a deeper integrated region, it means moving away from the model we had in the past, where wealth, prosperity, infrastructure is centered around one country. About 70 to 80% of what is consumed in the region comes from South Africa, just to give you a picture. I think we need to ensure that we grow the economy in South Africa far beyond 6% on an annual basis. But that growth needs to be a shared growth. The entire region needs to also grow. So critical areas of growth, first and foremost, should and must be agriculture. We have to deal with the issues of food insecurity in the region, and we need sufficient energy, sufficient bulk water for us to realize industrialization, to absorb huge number, above 60% of our youth are unemployed, vulnerable women. And therefore, I think for us to absorb these challenges, we need to coordinate. Yes, there has been tension of the movement of unregulated as well as undocumented foreign nationals in South Africa, but we need to think far beyond. We still need our people to move. That's where the contradiction comes. But the question is that moving where? It shouldn't just be a movement in one area. So dealing with that model where South Africa is the only center, we need to broaden so that this growth infrastructure, cross-border payment system, small businesses, the corridors, our ports, our roads, the green economy is realized to deal with this in a much more deeper way. That's what the president meant, that the region has to think as a community to confront global challenges in a world in which your United Nations and other bodies are fragmenting, as you are aware, with geopolitics. So there's so much issues that are on the table, and the task for the chair is to ensure for the next 12 years these resolutions are not just remaining on paper, they are implementable. You then tick, and I would even suggest that they need a SADC compact agreement and ensure that they tick these boxes before South Africa hands the chairship to the next SADC chair.
One would say that, I mean, to grow this economy, to have a thriving African continent or the southern part of the region, they would say that the region is somehow, some states, there's political instability. Now, you cannot attain that economic activity or growth, if there's no, issues of peace, it's not coordinated properly. How do we overcome those challenges? I know that, in Madagascar, there's the Troika has sent a delegation, in the form of former President Joyce Banda, to mediate in that particular country. But then how does the Troika in particular and SADC nation actually come together and ensure that let's have a territory, where there's peaceful movement before we even get to that integration or thriving economy?
I think this is one of the major challenges. And I think the heads of states must, first and foremost, take stock of what has been happening. What is it that has been happening? We all agree to go to the DRC, and deal with the crisis in the Eastern DRC. We lost troops, 14 troops that we lost. And thinking about it now, the core question must be asked: when does the region intervene? How do you intervene? What are the prerequisites and conditions to intervene? And when we say intervene, what do we mean? Do we mean troops, boots on the ground? Do we mean envoys, as you have mentioned, in a preventative, using diplomacy to prevent, as the situation in Zambia now with the elections, and really drums of instability coming from the ground in a chaotic way, some areas of these elections in Zambia. These are core issues. But far beyond that, I think we also need to ensure that we deal with issues of financing. Who will finance these troops? The logistics that are required in the region to deal with these conflict areas. In Mozambique, what exactly should be done in Mozambique? How will SADC work with the AU as well as the United Nations to ensure that it garner more resources from these important bodies? But given the geopolitics of the day, I would say we are on our own. Therefore, our head of states and ourselves need to step up, ensure that we have sufficient resources, we have able body to move in where crises emerge and deal with it decisively in a coordinated way, so that we avoid a situation of the DRC where we committed troops, we lost troops, and we discuss at the region, but then there's a chaotic exit. Not just chaotic. You have a country that is discussing and bringing in Americans, bringing in other players into the theater in a way that undermines the region. So does Mozambique. Mozambique is bringing in Rwanda, it's well and good of bringing other players, but they have to be coordinated with the region and ensure that it is done in an orderly way without unnecessary loss of lives, as was the case in the Eastern Congo.
Professor, we have 16 head of states. Some are here, some are obviously landing tomorrow. We have government officials, we have various participants also as part of the summit. In your view, how and what are you expecting in terms of the agenda itself? What should be the key priorities that should be discussed at this 2026 summit?
It's a huge challenge for the chair. I think it has been defined, regional integration, deeper regional integration, as the president has put it, through infrastructure, handling issues and tensions around immigration issues, and to do industrialization. I think those are key issues. Hotspots, how do you neutralize hotspots in the region, as well as dealing with new threats, cybersecurity. We have to deal with it. We have to deal with issues of skills as we talk and move into the fourth industrial revolution. The issue of digital cross-border payment system. How do our people move? As much as we have tension around undocumented foreign nationals, our people should and must move, but they have to move in an orderly fashion and avoid a situation where people only move into one area. People need to move across these 16 countries, as well as goods. We are talking about corridors. What kind of corridors? Do we have sufficient energy for industrialization? Do we have sufficient bulk water? I think these are questions that our leaders need to ask, as well as skills and people settling in these corridors in a much more productive way than thinking about shipping raw materials outside the country to United States, Europe, or China. I think we need to just think comprehensively, how do we alleviate poverty in our region? So head of states have much more critical things to do. And 12 months is not enough to achieve. However, South Africa should and must ensure that the resolutions are implementable. They can tick boxes before handing over the chairship to the next chair of SADC next year.
The forefathers envisioned a prosperous Africa, first thing. And now, Vision 2050. What is your take, and is it attainable? Can we realize it? Are we going to be seeing a thriving African continent and SADC nations working together, coordinating together, and integrating peacefully in that 2050 time?
In 1963, the framers of our then OAU had a dream of a big bang integration. I subscribe to that in Kwame Nkrumah's wish. However, I think what was achieved in 1963 was that we have to do it in a gradual fashion. That's why we have these 5 regions, as well as the 6th region, which is the African diaspora. We have made a lot of achievements, but our progress is not linear. It's a zigzag, where we make more progress and then we have reversal of some of this. I think you can see there's relative stability in the region, yet there's been coups in West Africa, in our own region, Madagascar. I think we have a coup. So we have to think outside the box. How then do we deal with new issues? We have your cybersecurity. We are threatened by other forces coming from outside our continent. How then do we survive as a continent? But when everything is said and done, we have no choice other than to unite as Africans, confront these challenges head on, inefficiently with limited resources. We have no choice other than achieve the goals that we have put in front of us.
Welcome back to a special broadcast of the 46th SADC Summit. We are coming live from the Inkosi Chief Albert Lutulu ICC Convention Center in South Africa. Just to recap, Tseho, we've just looked at the interview that I've just wrapped with Professor Munyai from the UJ. And pretty much, I mean, we spoke about, Vision 2050. And in terms of, it is a blueprint of the SADC, and it's obviously a long-term strategic document in terms of what we want to see this Africa to look like, what do we want to see this SADC nations to look like. So that interview was actually pretty much a refinement of, what will also be discussed, during the SADC day-to-day.
Definitely, Eugene, and I think it's important to also have, those analytical voices that are really bringing us into context around what is it that SADC would mean, even from an academic point of view. We know that the value chain of, public thought is centered really around academia, business, and government leaders. And I think we've also seen through the feed that we're getting in terms of arrivals, we've seen the arrival of King Mswati. Yes. We've also seen the arrival from Lesotho as well. So now we're going to be cutting to our SADC promo. We'll be back with you shortly.
Durban is ready. KwaZulu-Natal is ready. Southern Africa is coming together. This August, South Africa proudly hosts the 46th SADC Summit in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, bringing together leaders united by a shared vision of regional cooperation, industrialization, economic integration and sustainable development. Set in the heart of KwaZulu-Natal, a province renowned for its rich cultural heritage, natural beauty, world-class hospitality and strategic position as a gateway to Southern Africa and the Indian Ocean. Durban provides a fitting stage for this important gathering of our region. The SADC Summit reflects our collective commitment to building a stronger and more integrated Southern Africa, one where our economies grow together and our people share in the opportunities that growth creates. Because when Southern Africa works together, trade expands, investment grows, businesses thrive, jobs are created, and more families have the opportunity to build a better future. Together, we are building a region that is more connected, more competitive, more resilient, and more prosperous. The 46th SADC Summit. One region, one people, one vision, shared prosperity.
And now we're back in studio and we have a guest with us, our Minister of Agriculture, Mr. Willie Okamp. Welcome to Goza TV.
Thank you very much. It's nice to be with you.
Okay, thank you, Minister. Minister, we'd like to just touch on one of the priorities, particularly the one around food security, within the region. And what is it that your department, is intending to contribute to that particular priority that is set up?
Thank you very much. Food security is so important for obviously every nation on earth, but especially for us here in the southern tip of Africa, in the SADC region. We've got a population that are very poor, and we need to make sure that we provide food to them, but not only the availability of food, also the affordability thereof. It doesn't help you that the racks in shops are full of food, but it's not affordable. So from the Department of Agricultural side, we are busy obviously producing food with our farmers. We are helping upcoming farmers, subsistence farmers. But our job is to assist a subsistence farmer to not only provide for him and his family, but also to provide more. We must help them to grow so that they can provide a village and an area or a district rather than only themselves. So that is what we are doing. I think if it comes to SADC, the collaboration that we must have within SADC to empower those small-scale farmers to, as I say, be able to become semi-commercial and later on commercial, it will really help a lot with regards to food security, but also food affordability.
And we saw earlier this year, there was the SADC Agriculture Ministers meeting. And one of the things that was discussed there was really around a common protocol for managing foot and mouth disease. So, if you can really just unpack that for us and how that will work, because we've seen how the foot and mouth disease tends to affect particularly the export of beef.
Yeah. We are busy to deal with the largest foot and mouth disease outbreak ever experienced in this country. And we have, from South Africa's side, made a decision that we will vaccinate the whole herd in South Africa. So we are walking in the same footsteps as Brazil did many years ago. And we saw how Brazil was very successful in getting export markets opened up again to be foot and mouth disease free, but with vaccinations. So if you look at SADC countries, we all face the similar challenges. We all got wildlife, buffalo that's carriers of this disease. Every country has got them. So we need to work together. We have, from South Africa's side, already provided 50,000 doses or vaccines to Namibia, Eswatini, as well as Lesotho, so that they can be prepared. Should there be outbreaks, they can immediately counter them. Our imports of vaccines have grown drastically. Up to the end of June, beginning of July, we imported 13.5 million vaccines into South Africa for the last year and a half. Since the 1st of July, in other words, in the last month and a half, and going up till the end of August, we would, for this 2-month period, bring in roughly 10 to 12 million vaccines. So you can see that the tempo and the rate in which we are bringing in those vaccines have increased drastically. it also helped that we totally opened this up for the private sector to assist and for farmers to vaccinate their own cattle themselves. It helps a lot with the speed up process. What we've also done is we've said that the distribution of the vaccines must become quicker. Every single vaccine that landed in South Africa, whether it's from Argentina or from Turkey, first had to go through Onderstepoort Biological Products. There's no need for that. Onderstepoort Biological Products does not even manufacture this vaccine. So they were just purely a logistics hub. And that movement from the airport to Onderstepoort and then from there to the country, it really it created a bottleneck, it created time, and there's no need for OBP to distribute vaccines that importers can distribute them directly. So we've increased the rate in which vaccines are imported, we've increased the rate in which it's distributed, and by farmers vaccinating themselves, we've increased that as well. We will be willing to discuss this matter with any SADC country. We are going to face the same problem, we are facing the same problem, and we need to collaborate on that.
Minister, one of the key priorities for SADC is climate change. How is the department responding to issues of climate change in the SADC regions, but also particularly for South African farmers?
In my former portfolio as the Minister for Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, I dealt quite a lot with that. So coming to agriculture and having worked with that from an environmental side really makes things easier for me. Climate change is a reality. I think everybody should just first understand that we can see how seasons move on. And that would have an immense impact on our planting season, our harvest abilities, the yield that we get. You can just imagine if you normally plant on a certain date, but now due to climate change, you've got to move on with that date because the climate is not ready for you to be able to plant it. There might be huge difficulties when it comes to rain and the temperatures that you need for your seeds to grow. So it's really something that farmers are experiencing on a daily basis. As SADC, we are going to experience the same things. It's not only South Africa that's facing an El Nino. It's the whole of the southern points of Africa. It's Namibia, Botswana, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Zambia. It's all of us that will face that. And we need to help each other. We have developed things like drought-adaptable seeds, so that you plant the right seed that will be more resistant to the effects of climate change or to drought. We need to help each other with technology, with knowledge, and we need to take hands because we are in this together.
Thank you very much. I think you've really laid the foundation of, how we will contribute as South Africa to the goal of food security as well as agricultural exports that will be moving through the region. We thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to working with each and every one of my counterparts in SADC.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In the highlands of Lesotho, a bridge now stands as a powerful symbol of regional cooperation between the Republic of South Africa and the Kingdom of Lesotho. The Senqu Bridge, built as part of Phase 2 of the Lesotho Highlands Water Project, ensures continued access and connectivity as the Pudihadi Reservoir is developed. At 825 meters long and about 90 meters high, the bridge is Lesotho's first extradosed bridge, engineered to meet the demands of one of Southern Africa's toughest terrains. Delivered under a treaty signed in 1986, the Lesotho Highlands Water Project is a bi-national partnership that supports water security for South Africa, as well as development and hydropower generation for Lesotho. More than infrastructure, the Senqu Bridge reflects what regional cooperation can achieve: shared benefits, shared responsibility, and a shared future.
we've just wrapped up our conversation with the Minister of Agriculture, Mr. Willie Okam, and the visuals you've just seen are from Lesotho, and they are part of the Lesotho Highlands Water Project, which is a joint project between South Africa and Lesotho. This is part of what we mean when we talk about SADC industrialization, as well as, SADC infrastructure development, Eugene. What we would have seen there is the Sengu Bridge, as well as the tunnel going into what is called the Budihadi Dam. And, all that infrastructure is going to facilitate for water to move from Lesotho to South Africa. So this is part of what we mean when we talk about, towards a common future as a region.
No, that's quite interesting, actually, Tsecho, that, it's one of the key projects also of SADC, but then also, we've seen also with other countries also, like when it comes to electricity, the grid as well that connects, your Botswana, your Zambia also. So I think we'll love to actually see more of that, because at the end of the day, that actually takes us to that vision that everybody's talking about, that is Vision 2050. But then also, just looking at the screen as well, you can see that the President Cyril Ramaphosa, he's already welcoming some of the heads of state. We've seen that the minister from Lesotho also just arrived also. We've also seen that the Madagascar, representative is there as well. There's quite a couple of them. You can see that the atmosphere is obviously electrifying and quite exciting.
Definitely. I also saw the president of Namibia. She's also arrived, as well as the president of Botswana, Advocate Duma Boko, has also arrived, and President Cyril Ramaphosa receiving those dignitaries who will now be deliberating, on those key priorities of this particular 46th session of SADC, and hosting it in Durban. As we heard from the mayor earlier, it's quite a critical moment that will facilitate for SADC, investment within the eThekwini region, but at large within the KwaZulu-Natal province. And now we're going to go back to our documentary on SADC.
Congo. Then you'll be stabilizing the continent.
When it comes to peacekeeping, there is a role to play for SADC, and we have played a pivotal role in the UN peacekeeping forces across the world. In fact, the biggest troop deployment in those UN peacekeeping missions are from the Global South, from Africa.
Because we recognize that with peace comes development. With peace comes stability. We also want, as the South Africa, to lay a solid and sustainable foundation for democracy and freedom. Because African people, after all the colonial struggles, we deserve freedom, we deserve development, we deserve democracy. I think we stand out as a region on democratic practice, with maybe a few failures here and there. But essentially, we're one of the most actively democratic and multi-party regions of the African continent. We have relatively high levels of freedom of expression, the media. Again, we have hiccups here and there. But largely, I think we've succeeded in creating a coherent community of cooperation.
Peace lays the groundwork for stability and growth. But South Africa and SADC's goals extend beyond peace alone. They include building a more inclusive community.
One of the principles in SADC is inclusivity and gender equality.
But once we agreed that we needed to improve the representation of women, you've seen increasing levels of women representatives in our parliaments of the SADC region.
SADC has always been progressive when it comes to women's rights. We have some of the highest number of women in parliament. We have to salute the women's representation in other smaller countries like Namibia, we have a female president. Like in Tanzania, we have a female president. I think it's necessary, whether it comes to policy, whether it comes to women in politics, and I support it.
My name is Princess Mojapelu. I am a SADC youth parliamentarian. So the youth parliament began in 2013, actually. And the platform supports us as young women to be unapologetic about our presence in the parliament, unapologetic about our presence as leaders. And I think my presence being here shows that our participation as women leaders, it is not optional, it is essential.
South Africa is today up at 60, 61, 62 million people. And in the bigger scheme of things at a global level, that number is very small. But if you look at the SADC region, it is sitting at 465 million people. This is a substantial figure.
Now you have 16 countries, not provinces, countries. These 16 countries are at different level of development. They have different challenges, different level of resources. So the complexity of negotiating a common understanding in such a very big number of countries is very challenging.
And now the important thing, of course, is to foster more and more economic integration, because it is through the movement of people in a seamless way that we will be able to enhance the growth of our region.
Trade knows no borders. In 2008, the SADC Free Trade Area was launched to link Southern African countries, making trade easier, faster, and fairer for everyone.
Now an agreement has been signed between SADC and the East Africa ECOWAS that will now begin the implementation of the Africa Free Trade Area, even in the SADC region.
South Africa produces a lot of stuff. The markets are very, very far. But in Africa, the markets are closer. Your transport costs are lower. So it's very important, therefore, to be part of the group that will make you grow.
We have built business alliances, and our businesses have helped entrepreneurs to grow in the SADC region. I still hold the view that much more should be done. I think inadequate industrial capacity in SADC countries is a problem, and we need them to have their own abilities to produce.
The absence of good, durable infrastructure holds us back, because we need those roads, those highways. If we can do that, it will open up the arteries of economic growth.
I always like to say we must deal with the African paradox, which is a South African paradox, a SADC paradox, a continental paradox. Because we have a rich SADC and poor population in SADC. Rich in almost all mineral resources, whether you talk uranium, whether you talk rare minerals, whether you talk gold, whether you talk manganese, platinum, you name it, you find it in SADC.
For us to grow economically, we need to see the whole region, SADC, as a market.
Eugene, now we can see there through our feed, it's what is popularly known as the family photo.
Maybe Tsecho, maybe explain to our viewers and also our listeners, like the significance of that family photo. I mean, when you look at it, you can see the familiar faces, from the continent, from the southern nation states. I mean, from your right-hand side, I mean, there's a president of Zimbabwe. I can see also His Excellency King Mswati is also there. But I think, just for our viewers, just take them through the significance basically of having this portrait?
So this portrait is important because, it is the one picture that says that the leaders of the region, all 16 member states, were gathered in Durban at the 46th Ordinary Summit of SADC, and it conveys that particular unity within the region. So this is a symbol, a visual symbol of that unity. We can also see there the president of Zimbabwe, Mr. Emerson Mnangagwa, and also president of Namibia there as well, president of Botswana. And, this family photo will go down in generations to say that, at the 46th Ordinary Summit of SADC leaders, these were the people that were there who were making decisions to advance the development of our region.
And Amitero, you've touched on the history part of it, because remember, part of this unity for African states to work together, you would remember that we had frontline nation, frontline states, and there's this iconic photography of the president of Tanzania at the time, the late Julius Nyerere. You had the president also, Ian Khama, also of Botswana, who was also in the particular portrait. And then you had some of those, Kenneth Kaunda also was also part of that picture as well. So today, it's very interesting that, we align history with the past and with the current,
yes,
basically.
Most definitely. And also in that picture, we are not seeing the president of Tanzania, Samia Suluhu, and I think it's because of the kind of challenges that country is dealing with. So you therefore see two of our females representing their countries there in that picture as well. And there's our President Cyril Ramaphosa leading his counterparts to now walk off that podium where that family photo was being taken, and you can see the background of that family photo. It's an iconic landscape of Durban itself, where the summit is taking place.
Yeah, and we hope that this picture definitely is taking us to that Vision 2050, which is the blueprint, obviously, of the strategic regional integration. As you can see, delegates are moving now into the main plenary hall with the president, and some of them obviously are having their already sideline engagement. So we are hoping that what comes out from the auditorium, it's going to be of substance. It's going to be those key priorities that we've been talking about. That's our guests also have been talking about in terms of trade. In terms of the migration also between countries and so forth.
Yes, most definitely, Eugene. And now we will be going to an insert, and we can also see visuals inside the plenary as we move into our insert.
The statue of President General Reginald Oliver Tambo of the African National Congress, who led the ANC during their years in exile and made sure that he mobilized the region, which was commonly known as the frontline states, to make sure that they support South Africa to live in their fight for freedom and liberation. In the quest for the liberation of South Africa, the frontline states worked together to make sure that other countries within the region, Namibia, also get their freedom, they got their freedom and liberation before South Africa. Made sure that Angola, who had their freedom, and also Mozambique, who had their freedom long time ago, were also supported to deal away with the stabilizing forces that were meant to destabilize Southern Africa. In this, we honor the fallen heroes of the Matola massacre, of the Maseru massacre, of the Battle of Kwito-Kwinevale, and the many contributions that were made by other countries to the freedom and liberation of South Africa, but also for the region of SADC. The peace and stability we enjoy today as a region is because the men and women we are going to honor today sacrificed their lives for SADC to be free and to enjoy total liberty. As we quest for the economic development and continued solidarity of SADC, this symbolism of wreath-laying reminds us of our unity and unity of purpose.
Welcome back, and if you just join us, we are at the SADC Summit, which is the 46th SADC Summit. We're coming live from the Inkosi Chief Albert Lutuli ICC Center in KZN in South Africa. So what we've just watched now, yesterday, President Cyril Ramaphosa led a delegation of some of the head of states, to do a wreath laying, at the O.R. Tambo statue, in South Beach in KwaZulu-Natal. And you'd remember that this is very important symbolically because, O.R. Tambo, he is, I think, as some would say, the founding father, of democratic South Africa. That without him, this liberation that we currently are enjoying, this constitution that we currently have, we would not have been here.
Definitely, Eugene. I think that was an iconic moment, of that wreath laying, because it's also understanding that he also symbolizes the unity within the SADC region. O.R. Tambo set up offices in Lusaka, in Zambia, Tanzania. There was also, an office in Morogoro, particularly in Tanzania, and the Somafco College. And I think a lot of our history as South Africans is tied to the region of SADC. So looking at that wreath laying, it was also a reminder, for young people and, for those that are coming to the summit that, our ties are deeply connected as countries within the region. And we can now see, through our feed that the plenary is about to begin, and there's a playing of the anthem, it seems now. Eugene, we see all those dignitaries, those heads of state have also walked into this plenary hall.
No, indeed they are there. And I mean, yesterday, one of our guests mentioned the SADC anthem. And, it would be very interesting to see if actually they'll be playing that anthem. Obviously, I mean, the South African anthem will follow in terms of protocol. But we're seeing that, I mean, a lot of them, they are there, they've gathered. We can see some of the heads of government, in that hall. And I think primarily, I mean, they are there, they want to understand, the agenda that will be set. They want to look at the progress that is currently underway. There's quite a lot of projects that SADC has put in place. I mean, I've mentioned also earlier that in Madagascar, they have a SADC liaison office that will be there to monitor and to understand exactly, the issues that may arise in that particular part of the country. And one of the things, also resolution that came out also from that troika, was the establishment also of a regional force office in Botswana, which will be there to assist, issues of humanitarian aid, basically, and also any natural disasters that may arise in the region. So one can actually say comfortably that, SADC is actually zooming in all key areas that, they want to make the issue of migration easier, for all the countries.
Definitely, Eugene. And as we see the visuals of the plenary hall, we do understand that, I mean, this hall is full because this is going to be the opening ceremony, of the 46th Ordinary Summit of SADC. But also this is where South Africa will now formally, take its chairpersonship of SADC for a period of about 12 months. We do know that, Madagascar was supposed to be steering this chairpersonship, but due to those stability challenges, South Africa had to come in and help to steer the ship till now and then take over. So this is a transition period for South Africa's interim chairpersonship of SADC, and now we are moving into full chairpersonship of SADC. So we're looking forward to what President Cyril Ramaphosa will say in the opening, how he will set the agenda, leading up to the 47th Ordinary Summit, which is expected to happen in Zambia when South Africa next year hands over to Zambia.
No, I think all eyes will definitely be on South Africa, for the next 12 months, to see exactly that are we implementing what we are saying? Because it's all in well that, there's this high-level conversations, dialogue that are actually taking place, but then are member states implementing those key priorities? Are they making it simpler and easier, for people to move from countries to country? Are they making it easier for businesses, to grasp those opportunities? More than anything, are they making it easier to grow, the economy, to provide, jobs and opportunities, for businesses, for young people, for women also. So that is more likely, that a lot of, people will be looking at South Africa to steer that ship, to take us to, hopefully to aligned to that Vision 2050.
Yeah, and I know top of the agenda as well is issues of health. We've seen most recently President Cyril Ramaphosa traveled to the Democratic Republic of the Congo, to show commitment to a fund that will assist with management of the Ebola breakout that is happening there. I mean, we understand that these type of breakouts do need to be contained so that the entire region is then safe. So our commitment as South Africa, to ensuring health within the region is very, very critical and key, but also managing certain communicable diseases so that we do keep this youthful population that is being talked about, to say that 60% of the African population is young people.
No, absolutely. And the very same young people are looking for opportunities. They are saying that as much you can meet, but we want to know exactly how I do have raw materials, but then how do I process them from place to the other? How do I get opportunity to actually export, those raw materials? So that's where you'd find that, countries have to actually work together to coordinate that transfer, of goods from one place to the other.
Yeah. And there, Eugene, there we go. We see President Cyril Ramaphosa leading those heads of state as they are walking into the hall. I'm sure we'll shortly see them take their seats in front of all the delegates. Behind him is the president, King Mswati.
Yes, yeah,
Behind him is King Mswati. We're also seeing there the president of Zimbabwe, Emerson Mnangagwa. So those leaders will now be taking their seats so that we can get to those opening remarks of the summit itself.
No, yeah, I mean, we can also see, we do know that King Mswati is also the incoming chair in terms of the organ troika. So I think yesterday also the troika, they appreciated that his availability, that he's going to be there also. So it's going to be very interesting round for the next 12 months.
Yes, most definitely, Eugene. Peace and security are very key, critical to our region, and it is important, that all the leaders keep that at top of the agenda. And as our first guest said to us, even though that has been top of the agenda, it is not now necessarily the primary issue. The primary issue now is to say, how do we industrialize? How do we create jobs as a region? How do we trade amongst ourselves? And I think this Africa Free Trade Agreement has really opened up conversations to say that, as we sit in SADC, what can we learn from ECOWAS? What can we learn from the East Africa community? Because there are these regional communities across the continent. It's not only SADC. And how can we trade with one another?
No, I think we are going back to the main plenary as the proceedings are about to start, and we'll be back shortly.
So now we're going to be crossing into the plenary, and let's listen to the anthems.
Bye. An excellent depiction of our heritage and who we are as a people. Your Majesty, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, good morning. Sawubona, Dumelang, bon dia, bonjour, habari, mangwanani, salam alaikum. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the opening ceremony of the 46th Ordinary Summit of the Southern African Development Community of Heads of State and Government. I, Ambassador Mason, and Ms. Barbara Lopi are honored to co-direct the proceedings for this auspicious occasion, the 46th, under the theme, Resilient, Sustainable, and Inclusive Industrialization through Infrastructure Development, Agricultural and Critical Minerals Transformation in pursuit of a just world, Your Excellencies.
Thank you, Ambassador Mason. Your Excellencies, Your Majesty, distinguished delegates, a happy SADC Day to you all. Today, August 17, on this day in 1992, our regional community, Southern African Development Community, was transformed into a community, and we are commemorating this day. I'm not going to empty the speeches of our principals, but allow me at this point just to recognize their excellencies, heads of states, and representatives who are in our midst this morning. From the Kingdom of Eswatini, we welcome His Majesty King Mswati III. Thank you. From the Republic of South Africa, we welcome His Excellency President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa. Our gracious host this morning. From the Republic of Zimbabwe, we welcome His Excellency President Dr. Emerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa, the President. From the Republic of Botswana, we welcome Advocate Duma Gideon Boko, the President. From the Republic of Namibia, we welcome Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah, the President. From the Republic of Mozambique, we welcome His Excellency, the President, Mr. Daniel Francisco Chapo. From the Republic of Mauritius, we welcome Honorable Dr. Navid Chandra Ramgoolam, Prime Minister. From the Republic of Madagascar, we welcome His Excellency Colonel Michael Randrianirina, the President of the Refoundation of the Republic of Madagascar. From the Kingdom of Lesotho, the Kingdom in the Sky, we welcome the Right Honorable Mr. Samuel Ntsokwani Matekane, Prime Minister. From the Republic of Malawi, we welcome the Right Honorable Mr. Enoch Kazingeni Chihana, the Second Vice President of the Republic of Malawi. From the Democratic Republic of the Congo, we welcome His Excellency Mr. Guy Kabombo Mwandiavita, Deputy Prime Minister and also Minister of National Defense and Veterans. From the Republic of Angola, we have His Excellency Ambassador Tete Antonio, the Minister of External Relations of the Republic of Angola. From the United Republic of Tanzania, we welcome Honorable Dr. Rimo Nyansaho, Minister of Defense and National Service of the United Republic of Tanzania. From the Republic of Zambia, we welcome Her Excellency Ms. Pamela Chisanga, Zambia's High Commission to the Republic of Botswana and SADC representatives. From the Republic of Seychelles, sorry, I omitted His Excellency in the order of precedence, my apologies. We have His Excellency, the President, Dr. Matthew Antonio Hime from the Republic of Seychelles. On the front row, I would also want to recognize and welcome the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Relations for the Republic of South Africa, Minister Ronald Ramola, the Chairperson of the SADC Council of Ministers. I recognize the Executive Secretary of SADC, His Excellency Mr. Elias Mpedi Mahosi. I recognize the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, Dr. Clever Gatete. In our midst, we would also like to recognize our distinguished invited guests from we have the representatives of the African Union Commission, the representative of the African Development Bank. We have the president of the Arab Bank of Economic Development in Africa, Badia. We have the Director General of the Africa SADC. We have the Secretary General for SADC Parliamentary Forum, the CEO for Auda NEPAD, and representatives of regional economic communities. And we would also want to recognize members of the diplomatic corps that have been invited, and of course, their first spouses in our midst. Shall we please just applause for the first spouses, including the first gentleman. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Your Majesty, Your Excellencies, we also have special guests that are also gracing the opening ceremony with us this morning. Our special guests are the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Toko Didiza, in our midst. Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Ms. Refilwe Mchweni Tsipani, also invited. The host province, Premier of KwaZulu-Natal Province, Mr. Tami Ntuli. Ministers, deputy ministers, and members of the executive councils that are also in our midst this morning. His Majesty King Misizulu Ka Swelentini, also invited to grace the occasion this morning. Members of Parliament, members of the diplomatic corps, the Executive Mayor of eThekwini Municipality, Councillor Vusimusi Kaba. Directors General, Business and Organized Labor present this morning.
Thank you. In line with our program for this morning, we're now going to have welcome remarks from the Executive Secretary of SADC, His Excellency Mr. Elias Mpedi Mahosi. Your Excellency, you may come to the podium and deliver your welcome introductory remarks.
Please bear with me as I activate the technology. Thank you. Finally, we are there. Thank you very much, our directors of ceremony. Your Majesty Kim Swati III of the Kingdom of Eswatini and incoming chairperson of the SADC Organ on Politics, Defense and Security Cooperation, Your Excellency Mr. Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa and the chairperson of SADC, Your Excellency Dr. Emerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and outgoing chairperson of SADC, Your Excellency Professor Arthur Peter Mutharika, President of the Republic of Malawi and the chairperson of the SADC organ, who is ably represented today by the Right Honorable Mr. Enoch Chihana, the Second Vice President of the Republic of Malawi. Your Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania and outgoing chairperson of the SADC organ, represented by Honorable Dr. Rimo Nyansaho, the Minister of Defense and National Service of the United Republic of Tanzania. Your esteemed Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Honorable Mr. Ronald Lamola, Minister of International Relations and Cooperation of the Republic of South Africa and the Chairperson of the Council of Ministers, all Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers from the SADC region and elsewhere, representatives from international, continental, and regional organizations, as well as our colleagues from the regional economic communities, Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Your Worship, the Mayor of Tekwini, senior officials of SADC member states, my colleagues, the Deputy Executive Secretaries, distinguished invited guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all and a happy SADC Day to you. It is with a distinct honor and a great sense of humility that I welcome you to the 46th Summit of Heads of State and Government of the Southern African Development Community, or SADC, convened here in the vibrant city of Durban in this great Republic of South Africa. At the outset, allow me to express our profound gratitude to His Excellency President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, the government, and the people of the Republic of South Africa for graciously hosting this summit. We deeply appreciate the warm hospitality, excellent arrangements, and generous hospitality and generosity extended to all delegates and guests. We are especially privileged by the presence of their Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, whose leadership, vision, and unwavering commitment continue to guide our community in advancing regional integration, peace, stability, sustainable development, and our shared prosperity. I also extend a warm welcome to our cooperating partners, some of who are amongst us today, representatives of continental and international organizations, members of the Diplomatic Corps, and all our distinguished guests gathered here today. Your presence reflects the strength of our partnership and our collective determination to advance the aspirations of the peoples of our regional community. It also solidifies and strengthens our cooperation and mutual benefit as we bring value to the region and to our citizens especially. Your Majesty, Excellencies, as we gather today and commemorate the SADC Day, we celebrate a remarkable journey of solidarity, resilience, and transformation. For more than 4 decades, SADC has demonstrated the enduring value of regional cooperation in promoting peace and security, expanding trade and investment, strengthening infrastructure connectivity, deepening regional integration, and improving the lives of our citizens. We pay tribute to the founding leaders whose courage, foresight, and commitment to regional solidarity laid the foundations of our community. Their legacy continues to inspire our efforts as we work together to build a stronger, more integrated, peaceful, and prosperous Southern Africa. I believe that ours today is to sustain this legacy, if not to enrich it, as we carve new and progressive chapters in pursuit of a shared prosperity. From its beginnings as a movement for regional cooperation and liberation, SADC has evolved from a liberation-focused cooperation into one of Africa's most dynamic and resilient regional communities. Today, our region is home to approximately 382 million people and a combined gross domestic product exceeding 847 billion United States dollars. These achievements are a testament to the transformative power of unity, of partnership, and of collective action. Our progress has been made possible by a foundation that remains indispensable, and that is peace and stability. The relative peace and stability enjoyed across our region reflects the commitment of member states to choose dialogue, diplomacy, democratic governance, conflict prevention, and peaceful resolution of disputes. These are rare attributes in most parts of our continent and should be guarded jealously to sustain the peace we are enjoying today. Yesterday, the Troika Summit of the SADC Organ on Politics, Defense and Security Cooperation reviewed political and security developments across the region, including the situations in the Democratic Republic of Congo and the republics of Madagascar and Mozambique. This has reaffirmed our shared responsibility to safeguard peace, security, and stability as essential prerequisites for sustainable development and regional integration. Your Majesty, Excellencies, the situation in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo remains a matter of concern. We welcome the progress reported through diplomatic engagements and the African-led peace initiatives. We trust that these initiatives bear fruits of peace, of coexistence, social harmony, and economic progress, rather than reverse the gains already achieved by previous interventions. SADC remains steadfast in its solidarity with the government and the people of the Democratic Republic of Congo, and reaffirms its commitment to supporting efforts to restore peace, protect civilians, and create conditions conducive to sustainable development. We also extend our solidarity to the government and the people of the DRC as well as they contend with the Ebola outbreak. Our heartfelt condolences go to the families and communities who have lost loved ones. Our deep appreciation goes to the dedicated healthcare workers who continue to sacrifice their very own lives to serve and save others. And to our partners, including the Africa CDC, the World Health Organization, among many others, for coordinating and supporting the response efforts. This outbreak, however, is a stark reminder of the importance of strengthening regional cooperation in health security, disease surveillance, preparedness, and coordinated and swift response as a community. SADC remains committed to supporting member states in building resilient health systems capable of effectively addressing current and emerging public health challenges. We are equally encouraged by the positive dialogue taking place in the Republic of Madagascar through efforts of the SADC Secretariat, the Panel of Elders, and the Mediation Reference Group. Such efforts continue to strengthen trust, consensus building, and inclusive governance. Your Majesty, Excellencies, our region is also affected by the frequent and rapidly changing global environment, which is characterized by economic uncertainty, climate-related challenges, technological transformation, and shifting geopolitical realities. These occurrences are increasingly reminding us of why we exist as a community and why we must expedite our own integration. We now realize that we can no longer depend on others elsewhere, but on ourselves, that we need each other more and must depend on each other more, and so must trust each other more. Equally, in an increasingly interconnected world, no country can realize its full potential in isolation. Our strength lies in working together, trading together, investing together, and building together. Your Excellencies, I believe that we have a duty to create this reality and future for ourselves. As the global economy transitions towards clean energy, digital technologies, and advanced manufacturing, SADC is uniquely positioned to play a strategic role. The region is endowed with abundant reserves of critical minerals, including platinum group metals, lithium, cobalt, graphite, manganese, rare earth elements, and copper, all of which are essential to the industries of the future. Our ambition must be to move beyond the export of raw materials and position SADC as a globally competitive center for beneficiation, value addition, manufacturing, innovation, and indeed the industrialization we are pursuing. However, the challenge for us as a region is not a lack of these resources, nor is it that we don't know their potential to transform our economies and change our fortunes. It is not even that we have not talked about them in the past and made commitments to change the trajectory. The challenge is, when do we stop them to transporting them in raw form and start adding value to them and creating sustainable jobs and wealth? Once more, we do not need permission from anyone to start this process. Let us start now. Your Majesty, Excellencies, industrialization remains central to achieving structural transformation, economic diversification, job creation, poverty reduction, and improved living standards. However, industrialization cannot succeed without modern and reliable infrastructure. Robust and sustainable energy systems, refreshed and reliable transport networks, ports and logistics platforms, and cost-effective digital connectivity are indispensable enablers of industrialization and ultimately competitiveness and economic growth. Agriculture also remains a cornerstone of many of our economies and a source of livelihoods for millions of our citizens. Despite climate-related changes, member states continue to invest in irrigation, mechanization, climate-smart agriculture, improved seed systems, and agro-processing. These efforts have strengthened resilience and contributed to improvements in food security across the region and to the reduction of food insecurity by 16%. To fully unlock the potential of the agricultural sector, we must continue investing across its entire value chain, from production and processing to storage, transport, and to market access. Doing so will enhance food security, create jobs, and drive inclusive growth. This vision that I just painted is reflected in the theme of this summit, which reads, and I quote, resilient, sustainable, inclusive industrialization through infrastructure development, agricultural and critical minerals transformation in pursuit of a just world, end of quote. It captures the aspirations of our region and underscores the importance of building resilient economies capable of creating opportunities for all. Your Majesty, Excellencies, the success of our region will depend largely on its people, particularly our youth. As technological changes accelerates and economies become increasingly knowledge-driven, it is imperative that our young people are equipped with the skills, education, and opportunities necessary for them to thrive. Investment in quality education, technical and vocational skills development, digital literacy, innovation, entrepreneurship, science and technology must therefore remain among our regional priorities. We must create an enabling environment that empowers young women and men to participate meaningfully in economic transformation. Supporting youth-led enterprises, expanding access to finance and technology, and creating pathways to decent employment will be critical to our long-term success. We therefore, at this juncture, wish to extend our congratulations to His Excellency President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa and his team, led by Honorable Pax Tau, the Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition, on the successful hosting of the 9th SADC Industrialization Week. Over the years, the SADC Industrialization Week has become the region's premier platform for dialogue between governments, the private sector, investors, innovators, and development partners. The recommendations emerging from this year's edition should help the region implement the SADC industrialization strategy and promote inclusive and sustainable economic growth. As we celebrate the SADC Day today, we should remain optimistic and resolute in advancing regional integration. We should continue building a region that is united in purpose, resilient in the face of challenges, and steadfast in advancing the prosperity and dignity of all its people. We should build a SADC where peace prevails, economies grow, industries flourish, trade expands, and young people thrive, and opportunities reach every community. On behalf of the SADC Secretariat, I wish to congratulate His Excellency President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa as he assumes the chair of SADC today. We pledge our full support and unwavering commitment to facilitate His Excellency to execute his mandate effectively and successfully. We are confident, sir, that under your decorated leadership, SADC will continue to advance its vision of a peaceful, resilient, industrialized, prosperous, and integrated Southern Africa. We extend our appreciation to our member states, cooperating partners, stakeholders, and citizens whose support and contributions continue to strengthen our community and brings us closer to our shared vision of a peaceful, prosperous, and integrated Southern Africa. We also extend gratitude to the dedicated staff of the SADC Secretariat, led by my two deputies, for their professionalism, expertise, and commitment to implementing summit decisions, especially in advancing the regional integration agenda. Your Majesty, Excellencies, I wish you fruitful deliberations and every success in this summit today. I thank you for your attention. Merci beaucoup. Muito obrigado. Asante sana. Ke a leboga.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Executive Secretary, Mr. Mahosi. Your Majesty, Your Excellencies, I now have the honor to call to the podium His Excellency, Mr. Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa and host of the 46th Ordinary SADC Summit of Heads of State and Government. Mr. President.
Thank you, Program Director, Your Majesties, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Ministers and Deputy Ministers amongst us, officials of our government, and in our case, the Premier of our province here in KwaZulu-Natal, and the Mayor of eThekwini Metropolitan Municipality. I greet you all and extend the greetings of the people of South Africa and welcome you warmly. Executive Secretary, thank you for all the accolades that you shower me with. But when you said I'm decorated, I started looking at myself to see whether I'm decorated this morning. And I just saw myself wearing a normal, simple tie. So you overdo it a little when you say decorated. We welcome you to our country, to the province of KwaZulu-Natal, and to the beautiful city of Durban. You've come not as strangers or as visitors, but as brothers and sisters, as partners, and as fellow custodians of a shared Southern African destiny. And we do hope that during your visit and time here, you will experience the warmth, the friendship, and the hospitality of the people of South Africa. Your Majesties, Your Excellencies, we meet in a city that occupies a very special place in the history of African unity. It was here in Durban 24 years ago that the African Union was officially launched. That historic gathering marked Africa's determination to move from the struggle against colonialism and apartheid towards a new era of colonial cooperation, integration, as well as development. Today, we meet exactly 34 years after SADC Declaration and Treaty was signed in Windhoek, Namibia, on the 17th of August, 1992. We therefore meet at the confluence of two defining moments in Africa's history: the establishment of our Southern African community and the birth of our continental union, the African Union. These anniversaries are more than dates on a calendar. They remind us of the vision, the courage, and the determination of those who came before us, our forebears and our founders. They also challenge us to ask whether we are moving with sufficient speed and purpose to realize the Africa that they envisaged. The African Union was born out of the conviction that Africa's future would be secured through cooperation, integration, and unity. That vision is embodied in Agenda 2063 and in its aspiration for an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa driven by its own citizens. As SADC, we embraced that vision. We gather at this summit to give practical meaning to its promise to transform borders into bridges, national economies into a shared market, and geographic proximity into shared prosperity. At the outset, I wish to express our appreciation to my elder brother, His Excellency President Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and outgoing chairperson of SADC. We thank you, President Mnangagwa, for your leadership and stewardship of our community. You have led us well in the previous period. We particularly appreciate the spirit of partnership with which Zimbabwe worked with South Africa during the period of interim leadership. Zimbabwe's support to co-hosting sectoral ministerial meetings helped to ensure continuity in the work of our community. We likewise acknowledge Zambia, the members of the Troika, and the SADC Secretariat and all member states for the cooperation and collective leadership they have demonstrated. The story of SADC is a story of the triumph of solidarity over division and adversity. Before we became a development community, we were a community of solidarity. The peoples of this region stood together against colonialism, against minority rule, and against apartheid. The countries of Southern Africa endured aggression, destabilization, and immense economic hardship because they understood that no country in this region could be truly free while another remained oppressed. Together, the people of our region overcame colonial rule and apartheid. Together, we transformed Southern Africa from a region marked by conflict and oppression into a community founded on peace, on democracy, cooperation, and a common future. Today, our task is to give economic and social meaning to that political liberation. We are a community of 16 nations and more than 430 million people, with a GDP that is edging towards $1 trillion shortly. We possess abundant mineral resources, as our executive secretary said, vast agricultural potential, a youthful population, a growing industrial and technological capability. We have made important progress in the previous years. The SADC Free Trade Area has created a platform for greater regional commerce. The SADC real-time gross settlement system facilitates cross-border payments and draws our economies much closer together. Through the Southern African Power Pool, member states share electricity infrastructure and resources across national borders. Through regional cooperation, we are strengthening our collective capacity to prevent conflict, to address instability, to support democratic governance, and to respond to political and security challenges. Through the Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and the World Health Organization, we are strengthening disease surveillance, pandemic preparedness, and health security across our region. The importance of this cooperation is demonstrated by the devastating Ebola outbreak caused by the Ebola virus in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. At the latest count, nearly 5,000 confirmed cases have been recorded and more than 2,300 lives have been lost. Behind every number is a human life, is a family. Behind every statistics is a family and a household that continues to experience sadness and grief. Behind every number is an anxious community and a health worker placing their own life at risk to save others. And on behalf of our government and the people of Southern Africa, we express our deepest condolences to the government and to the people of the Democratic Republic of the Congo as they go through this devastating pandemic. We commend the courage of Congolese health workers. We appreciate the leadership of the government of the DRC, the Africa SADC, especially Dr. Kaseya, who is here, who is the Director General of this Africa SADC and the World Health Organization, working with regional and international partners to coordinate the response. But the outbreak continues to outpace our efforts. We must do much more, and we commend the government of the DRC of doing what they are doing, monitoring the development of this virus. We must act with urgency, all of us, and we call for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire in the affected conflict areas in the Eastern DRC, and for the safe and secure humanitarian access so that health workers can reach every affected community. And we call on all parties to respect health facilities, health workers, and humanitarian operations. And we call on governments to avoid indiscriminate restrictions on travel and trade against affected countries. This generalized ban on travel from countries that are affected by pandemic is clearly unfair. Such restrictions are not supported by public health evidence. They damage economies, they disrupt livelihoods, and may drive movement through unmonitored border crossings, thereby making containment much more difficult. As SADC, we stand in solidarity with the Democratic Republic of the Congo and its peoples. We must strengthen surveillance, laboratory capacity, emergency coordination, and clinical preparedness in neighboring member states and across our region, because what has broken out in the DRC could easily spread and affect many other countries in our region. We must also ensure that financial pledges are translated urgently into resources on the ground. Protecting Africa from epidemics requires more than responding when outbreaks occur. I speak as I do on this matter, having been appointed by the African Union as the champion for pandemic surveillance and response. It requires sustained investment in prevention, surveillance, resilient health systems, research, and the African production of vaccines, diagnostics, and medicines. This is an important test of solidarity and a practical test of our able to pledge solidarity with others, and also Africa's determination to build greater health sovereignty. Your Majesties and Excellencies, the work undertaken across all these areas demonstrates that SADC is not simply a forum for meetings, for summits and communiques. SADC is an instrument through which we give practical effect to our vision of a peaceful, integrated, industrialized, and successful and prosperous Southern Africa. The report of the Executive Secretary, Mr. Elias Mahosi, details the progress that has been made, as he was also speaking. It also challenges us to do much more with greater urgency, with focus, and also with discipline. And we thank the Executive Secretary, the Secretariat, and senior officials of SADC, and indeed our ministers, the Council of Ministers as led by Minister Lamola of South Africa, for the sterling work that they've undertaken preparing for this summit. While our regional integration agenda is making progress, the pace of transformation remains slow. Our region recorded economic growth of approximately 3.4% in 2025, yet intra-SADC trade accounted for only around 1/5 of the region's total trade. After decades of integration, we have not yet truly and fully unlocked the potential of our regional market. We continue to import too many goods that we could produce within our region. We continue to export, as we heard from our Executive Secretary, raw materials that we could process and beneficiate here ourselves in our region. We continue to procure services from elsewhere that our own people and businesses have the skills and the capacity to provide. Every raw material exported without beneficiation represents value that has left our shores. Every product imported that could competitively be manufactured here represents jobs that could have been created in our communities. We have everything we need across our 16 member states to meet the needs of our people. We have the natural resources. We have the land and agricultural potential. And we do have the skills and capabilities that can produce all the needs of our people. Above all, we have more than 400 million people whose energy, ingenuity, enterprise must become the driving force of our development. The people of our region are asking us to deliver the dividend of economic liberation. They want decent jobs. They want growing industries, reliable electricity, affordable food, quality health care, education, and opportunities for the youth of our region. They expect regional integration to improve their daily lives in visible, practical, and meaningful ways. So this summit must therefore accelerate through the decisions that we will take. The implementation of the Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan of 2020 to 2030. First, we must deepen industrialization and build regional value chains. The minerals and agricultural commodities of our region must become the foundation of Southern African manufacturing. We must process more of what we mine and add value to more of what we grow and manufacture more of what we consume. Secondly, we must invest boldly in regional infrastructure. We do need the roads that should link our countries. We need the efficient railways that should carry the minerals and manufactured goods, and modern ports that should connect Southern Africa to continental and global markets. Our infrastructure must connect not only our capitals and commercial centers, but also rural communities, our border towns and unserviced regions, underserviced rural areas that have remained on the margins of development. And thirdly, we must strengthen our energy, water, and digital security. We should also expand electricity generation and transmission capacity and deepen cooperation through the existing Southern African power pool and strengthen it. Every citizen must have access to safe water and adequate sanitation. We must therefore invest in cross-border water infrastructure to secure water for our households, our farms, and industries. We must expand affordable digital connectivity so that every community, every entrepreneur, and every young person can participate fully in the digital economy. And fourthly, we must build climate-resilient food systems. And we must also be able to respond to climate diversity, as well as agricultural expertise to feed our people and become major global producers of food. We must improve agricultural productivity, strengthen regional food reserves and agricultural value chains, and support smallholder and emerging farmers. And fifthly, we must make full use of the opportunities that are presented by the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. In the end, SADC must become a powerful platform from which our businesses can access a continental market of more than 1.4 billion people that reside on our continent. But this will require us to remove non-tariff barriers, improve border management, harmonize standards, and make it easier for goods, services, capital, and skills to move across our region. Our decisions must also be implemented. They must be properly costed. They must be funded, assigned, and monitored. Our communiques must become construction sites, factories, power lines, water systems, laboratories, businesses, and create jobs for our young people. Regional integration must be seen and felt in the daily lives of our people. Now, in the end, none of this will be possible without peace, security, and stability. Peace without development is fragile. Development without peace is impossible. We must continue to invest in preventative diplomacy, mediation, and political dialogues to solve political challenges and problems. We must strengthen the work of the SADC panel of elders, the organ troika, and our regional institutions. We must also resolve differences that may exist through dialogue, uphold our shared democratic principles, and act collectively whenever the peace and stability of our region are threatened. We have done so in the past. Our community, in the end, is like a river system. Every member state of our 16 countries is a tributary with its own history, its own identity, its own character, its own strength. When those separate currents come together, they become a powerful force that carries opportunity across borders and sustains all in its path. A tributary does not lose its identity when it joins a great river. It gains reach, depth, and power, and flows strongly. In the same way, regional integration does not diminish our sovereignty. It multiplies our collective capacity to secure the well-being of the people of Southern Africa. Our community must therefore become more than the sum of its member states. It must have the institutional strength, the authority, and resources to advance our common interests and realize our shared vision. I would like to see this summit to be remembered, not merely for the declarations that we will adopt, but for the decisions that we implement. Let this summit in Durban, the city in which the African Union was launched, become the place where SADC renewed its determination to build a truly integrated regional economy. And we must turn our borders into bridges, and we must turn our resources into industries, and we must turn our youthful population into a powerful democratic dividend that will benefit all the peoples of Southern Africa. And we must turn this solidarity that has been so strong over the years into a shared prosperity. And this summit must therefore inspire a new era of regional integration that delivers dignity, opportunity, and the hope of every citizen of Southern Africa. Let this summit affirm our commitment to peace, security, and democracy. We should emerge from this summit stronger, with resolve to build diversified industries and resilient economies. And so, in the end, we must move forward as SADC and implement the SADC Vision 2050, which is about a peaceful, inclusive, competitive, and prosperous region in which no country and no person is left behind. It is now my distinct honor and privilege to declare the 46th Ordinary Summit of Heads of State and Government of the Southern African Development Community officially opened. And I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Majesty, Excellencies, we will now listen to a short statement from His Excellency, Dr. Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, who is unable to join us this morning, but we have sent a short video clip for this occasion. Your Excellencies.
Your Excellency, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, the President of the Republic of South Africa, and incoming Chairperson of SADC. Your Excellency, Dr. Emmerson Mnangagwa, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, and the outgoing Chairperson of SADC. Your Majesties, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government. Your Excellency, Mr. Elias Magozi, the Executive Secretary of SADC, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to address the 46th Ordinary Summit of Heads of State and Government of the Southern African Development Community. I would have wished to join you in Durban. I'm, however, pleased to be represented by Her Excellency Lerato Mataboge, the African Union Commissioner for Infrastructure and Energy. I conveyed through her the full commitment of the African Union Commission to SADC and its member states. Allow me to commend the Republic of Zimbabwe for its leadership of SADC over the past year, and to congratulate the Republic of South Africa as it assumes the chairmanship of the community. I also commend the Republic of Malawi for its stewardship of the organ. Excellencies, SADC has long been a pillar of Africa's integration project. Its contribution to peace and security, regional integration, infrastructure, development, and economic transformation extends well beyond Southern Africa and contributes directly to the realization of Agenda 2063. I'm therefore particularly encouraged by the strengthening of cooperation between the African Union Commission and SADC. In line with the 2021 revised protocol on relations between the African Union and the regional economic communities, our collaboration has become more regular, substantive, and operational. We have seen this in our closer coordination on peace and security challenges, including in the Democratic Republic of Congo and Madagascar. Consultations between the leadership of the African Union Commission and the regional economic communities have also become more regular, while our mid-year coordination meetings are increasingly focused on substantive issues of coordination, implementation, and complementarity. We must build on this progress. More than 3 decades ago, the Abuja Treaty recognized that Africa's integration would be built through its regional economic communities. Our responsibility today is to make that architecture work more effectively. This requires greater clarity of responsibilities, stronger complementarity, and less duplication between the African Union, the regional economic communities, and member states. This is why completing the ongoing exercise on the division of labor is so important. Its effective implementation should provide a clearer framework for determining responsibilities and ensuring that our respective institutions reinforce one another. This is not simply an institutional exercise. It is about making our union more effective and ensuring that our decisions translate into concrete results for the African people. I therefore welcome the increasing involvement of member states in this process. Excellencies, SADC is already making an important contribution to this effort. As chair of the Inter-Regional Economic Community Coordination Platform, SADC is helping to strengthen cooperation among Africa's regional economic communities and regional mechanisms. Its contributions within the AGA-APSA platform is also helping to strengthen synergies between our continental governance, peace and security architectures. I wish in this regard to recognize the valuable work of the SADC permanent representation to the African Union in Addis Ababa, whose sustained engagement has contributed to the closer cooperation we see today. The challenges facing Africa increasingly transcend national and regional boundaries. Our response must therefore be equally coordinated. A strong African Union needs strong regional economic communities, and strong regional economic communities needs an African Union capable of ensuring continental coherence and advancing our common priorities. As South Africa assumes the chairmanship of SADC, I look forward to working closely with His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa and the other heads of state and government of the region to further deepen this partnership. Together, let us build an African institutional architecture that is clearer in its responsibilities, stronger in its coordination, and above all, more effective in delivering for our peoples. I wish you fruitful deliberations and every success for this 46th Ordinary Summit. Long live SADC, long live the African Union, and long live Africa. I thank you.
Our sincere appreciation for that video message. Your Majesty, Your Excellencies, we will now listen to a statement from His Excellency, Mr. Clever Gatete, the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, Your Excellency.
It's always difficult to speak after the strong message by the President and the Executive Secretary of the SADC. Your Majesty King Mswati III of Eswatini, Your Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa and the incoming chairperson of SADC, and our gracious host, Your Excellency Dr. Emmerson Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and the outgoing chair of the SADC, Excellencies, heads of state and government here present, honorable ministers and heads of delegations, Your Excellency Elias Mahosi, Executive Secretary of SADC, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to join you today at the 46th Ordinary Summit of SADC heads of state and government. I commend the government and people of South Africa for their warm hospitality and congratulate SADC Secretariat under the leadership of the Executive Secretary, Elias Mahosi, for convening the summit under the crucial theme, Resilient, Sustainable, and Inclusive Industrialization through Infrastructure Development, Agricultural, and Critical Minerals Transformation in Pursuit of a Just World. Your Excellency, our meeting takes place at a critical time in the world. Technological innovation, climate crisis, shifting geopolitics, and the reconfiguration of global supply chains are reshaping trade, investment, and industrial production. Meanwhile, development aid is declining. Concessional resources are becoming scarce, and borrowing costs are rising. The crisis in the Middle East is further adding pressure by disrupting routes, trade routes, raising energy, food, and fertilizer price volatility, fueling inflation, eroding the value of the African currencies, and tightening financing conditions. In response, global nations are investing in advanced manufacturing, food systems transformation, energy security, including clean energy, digitization, and strategic industries. So where does Africa fit in this new economic order? For generations, the continent has supplied the world with raw and semi-finished commodities while receiving a disproportionately small share of the massive wealth created from the sector. Africa exports minerals, others manufacture batteries, electric vehicles, and renewable energy technologies. Africa exports agriculture commodities, others process, package, and market higher value food products. Africa also imports significant quantities of fertilizer despite possessing natural gas, phosphates, potash, and industrial capacity. This pattern limits job creation, weakens resilience, and constrains structural transformation. Are we going to continue exporting raw materials? What plant in the Democratic Republic of the Congo could cost about $39 million, roughly 3 times less than in the United States, while also reducing emissions compared with existing supply chains rooted around China. This is precisely the kind of opportunity Africa must seize, not simply exporting ore, but producing higher value goods, developing technical capabilities and skills, and retaining more value in the continent. This is the approach the Economic Commission for Africa's planned work with the Africa Development Bank on Africa critical mineral value chains and related strategic corridors. Such as strategic value chain corridors may include the battery and electric vehicle value chain involving DRC, Zambia, Tanzania, and South Africa, among others. The lithium industrialization corridor involving Zimbabwe, Namibia, Botswana, and South Africa. The graphite processing corridor involving Mozambique, Madagascar, and Tanzania, and the iron ore, manganese, and green industrial materials corridor involving Guinea, Mauritania, Liberia, South Africa, Gabon, Zimbabwe, and Namibia. Your Majesty, Excellencies, the ideas exist, opportunities abound. What is needed is implementation, supported by strategic investments, strong institutions, and partnerships around a shared vision. Regional value chains must become the cornerstone of Africa's industrial transformation, because no single country possesses every resource, technology, or capability required to compete globally. Together, SADC has the minerals, agriculture, energy, finance, ports, skills, and markets needed to build competitive regional production networks. How then do we move forward? Allow me to suggest, among others, 6 priorities. First, we must mobilize financing and partnerships at scale. Governments must lead, but cannot finance this transformation alone. Development finance institutions, sovereign wealth funds, pension funds, the private sector and partners must prepare bankable regional projects in energy, transport, industrial parks, logistics, digital infrastructure, and agro-industrial development. Second, we must accelerate mineral beneficiation and regional critical mineral value chains. Beneficiation should not stop at initial processing. The objective must be integrated regional industries spanning extraction, refining, precursor materials, component manufacturing, and finished products. Third, we must transform agriculture into an engine of industrialization. This requires investment in seed systems, mechanization, irrigation, storage, food processing, cold chains, logistics, and export infrastructure. Stronger value chains in maize, sorghum, livestock, horticulture, and agro-processing can reduce food import dependency, create jobs, and strengthen resilience against climate shocks. Fourth, fertilizer and agricultural input security must become a strategic regional priority. Reliable and affordable fertilizer is essential for agriculture transformation. So Southern Africa has natural resources, phosphate reserves, transport infrastructure, and markets to develop regional fertilizer value chains that lower costs for farmers while creating industrial capabilities and jobs. Fifth, we must strengthen regional value chains through the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Minerals may be found in one country, energy in another, manufacturing capability in a third, and consumer markets across the region. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area provides the framework to combine these advantages by reducing trade barriers, improving customs efficiency, and facilitating cross-border investments. And sixth, we must accelerate investment in energy and enabling infrastructure, as mentioned by the President. Industrialization cannot flourish without reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy, efficient transport networks, and modern digital technology, connectivity. Building on the Southern Africa power pool, the region should expand generation, strengthen transmission interconnections, and accelerate investments in renewable energy, hydroelectric power, beyond exporting potential to creating lasting prosperity for our people, the SADC, and the continent. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Your Majesty, Your Excellencies, the Secretariat of the Southern African Development Community implements a range of strategic initiatives to engage the public, including the youth, learners, students, media professionals, in advancing regional integration and development. Among these initiatives are the SADC Secondary School Essay Competitions, Tertiary Institutions Essay Competition, and the SADC Media Awards. These initiatives promote awareness of SADC and also encourage creativity, critical thinking, and recognize excellency in storytelling of the SADC story. At this point, we will now announce the winners of the 2026 SADC competition. We're going to start with the secondary school essay competition. We will flag the winners on the screen as I announce them. For the SADC secondary school essay competition, the winners are as follows. The third position, we have Mr. Siamboga Makoba from South Africa. Second position, we have Ms. Dize Carmen Francisco, Republic of Mozambique. And the first position, we have Mr. Tulani Mahambire, Republic of Zimbabwe. I'll move to the 2026 SADC Tertiary Institution Essay Competition. Third position, we have Ms. Lizelle Benice Mujoro, Republic of Namibia. Second position, we have Ms. Yambikani Boltoman, Republic of Malawi. And the first position, we have Ms. Vuyelwa Karabo Simelani, Kingdom of Eswatini. And for the 2026 Media Awards, I will start with the print category. The second position goes to Mr. Aurelio Janeiro, Republic of Angola. And the first position goes to Mr. Pilatus Mungwambe, Republic of Mozambique. Television category, second prize goes to Mr. Delphine Analceto Uwantuan, Mozambique. And the first position goes to Ms. Elago Ndapeiwa Shitatala, Namibia. Photo category, second position goes to Mr. Siabulela Duda, South Africa. I think he's in this room. And then the first prize goes to Mr. Dome Aseno Semedio, Angola. And finally, with radio, we have the second prize going to Mr. Sikaka Riabokile, Gladys, South Africa. And the first prize, Mr. Horacio Ramoy, Mozambique. Thank you, and we wish to congratulate the winners of those awards. We will now proceed to the maiden speech to be delivered by the President of Seychelles, His Excellency, Mr. Patrick Yemen. As a new member of the SADC family, as per tradition, we allow the new member of the SADC family to deliver their maiden speech. His Excellency Dr. Matthew Antonio Patrick Yemen, President of the Republic of Seychelles. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
His Majesty King Mswati III, His Excellency Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa and Interim Chairperson of SADC, His Excellency Dr. Emerson Mnangagwa, Outgoing Chairperson of SADC, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Executive Secretary of SADC, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a profound honor to address this distinguished assembly for the first time as President of the Republic of Seychelles. I thank the government and people of the Republic of South Africa for their warm hospitality, and I commend the Republic of Zimbabwe for its stewardship of our community as outgoing chair. As Seychelles marks 50 years of independence, we reaffirm our unwavering commitment to the ideals upon which SADC was founded: solidarity, regional integration, and the shared prosperity of our people. Excellencies, history rarely announces the moment when it changes course. It simply presents a generation with a choice, and I believe that this is Africa's moment. Our predecessors fought for political liberation. They secured our sovereignty and built the foundations of regional cooperation. Our generation is called upon to fulfill a different mission, to transform Africa's immense potential into prosperity for its people. For centuries, others crossed the ocean in search of Africa's wealth. Today, history presents us with a different opportunity, not simply to supply the world with our resources, but to build prosperity from them. The measure of Africa's success can no longer be the value of what leaves our shores, but the opportunities we create within them. The theme of this summit points us in that direction: industrialization, infrastructure, agricultural transformation, and the responsible development of our critical minerals are not separate priorities. Together, they form the foundation of a resilient, competitive, and prosperous Southern Africa. Excellencies, the world around us is changing rapidly. Geopolitical tensions, disruptions to global supply chains, volatile energy markets, and climate-related events remind us that our prosperity cannot depend solely on circumstances beyond our control. For Seychelles, these realities are immediate. As an island nation, we experience the effects of global disruptions in the cost of food, fuel, and essential goods, and in the confidence upon which our tourism economy depends. Yet, this is not the experience of Seychelles alone. It is a reminder that in today's world, the resilience of every member state depends upon the resilience of the community as a whole. Our response must therefore be greater regional integration, not as an aspiration, but as an economic necessity. Geography has blessed our community with different strengths. Some member states possess fertile agricultural islands. Others hold the critical minerals that will shape the industries of tomorrow. Others serve as the gateways through which Southern Africa connects to global markets. These are not competing advantages. They are complementary strengths. The prosperity of a landlocked economy depends upon efficient access to ports. The success of our ports depends upon vibrant regional production and seamless transport corridors. Our future will be built by connecting these strengths into one integrated regional economy. Excellencies, industrialization is not simply about manufacturing. It is about dignity. It is about creating opportunities for our young people. It is about ensuring that African resources create African jobs, African industries, and African prosperity. Africa should no longer export raw materials and import finished products at a premium. The era of African potential must now become the era of African prosperity. This demands leadership, it demands investment, and above all, it demands unity. Excellencies, the founders of SADC understood that our greatest strength would never be found in the size of our individual economies. It would be found in the unity of our purpose. That truth remains as relevant today as it was over 4 decades ago. History will not judge our generation by the speeches we delivered or the declarations we adopted. It will judge us by whether we had the courage to transform our resources into opportunity, our integration into prosperity, and our shared vision into tangible progress for the people we serve. Africa's greatest resource has never been beneath its soil. It has always been the determination of its people. If we unite that determination with visionary leadership, sound institutions, and bold economic transformation, then the next chapter of global development will not simply include Africa, it will be shaped by Africa. And my country, Seychelles, stands ready to play its part. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Seychelles, Dr. Matthew Patrick Hemen. We're now going to transition into the handover ceremony where we will witness the Republic of South Africa assuming the chairpersonship of the Southern African Development Community. At this point, I now have the honor to humbly invite His Excellency Dr. Emmerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and the outgoing chairperson of SADC, to deliver his statement, and thereafter we will witness the handover. Your Excellency, President Mnangagwa, you have the floor.
Your Majesty, King Mswati III of the Kingdom of Eswatini and incoming chairperson of the organ on politics, defense, and security cooperation. Your Excellency, Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, my young brother, President of the Republic of South Africa and the interim chairperson of SADC. Your Excellency, Professor Arthur Peter Mutharika, President of the Republic of Malawi, represented by the Right Honorable Mr. Enoch Kadzingeni Chihana, Second Vice President of the Republic of Malawi, and Chairperson of the organ of Politics, Defense and Security Cooperation. Your Excellency, Dr. Samir Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania and outgoing chairperson of the organ of Politics, Defense and Security Cooperation, represented by His Excellency Ambassador Dr. Emmanuel John Nsimbi, Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Honorable Ministers, representatives of international, continental, and regional organizations and economic communities, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors, and High Commissioners, distinguished delegates, fellow SADC citizens who are here, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends. It is with profound gratitude that I address the 46th Ordinary Summit of SADC, Heads of State and Government, in my capacity as the outgoing chairperson. This summit has been convened under the able leadership of my dear young brother, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, interim chairperson of SADC, and incoming chairperson of SADC. I commend our dear brother, President Cyril Ramaphosa, for his astute and visionary leadership and the stewardship of our regional body over the past year as interim chairperson. He guided the region through the complexities of a turbulent geopolitical landscape, ensuring that our integration agenda remained on course. However, it is with a deep sense of loss that I acknowledge the passing of two towering figures of our continent, former President Festus Mogae of Botswana and the former acting President Guy Scott of Zambia. President Mogae, a man of immense wisdom and a key architect of SADC, leaves behind a legacy of principled governance. Similarly, we mourn the death of Dr. Guy Scott, who served his nation with distinction, courage, and resolve. May their souls continue to rest in eternal peace. On behalf of the government and people of Zimbabwe, I also wish to once again extend deepest condolences to our brothers and sisters in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. We have tragically lost loved ones to the Ebola outbreak. We stand in solidarity with you during this difficult time and commend your resilience in the face of this health crisis. Your Majesty, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I formally hand over the leadership of our organization to my dear young brother, Cyril Ramaphosa, under the theme Resilient, Sustainable and Inclusive Industrialization through Infrastructure Development, Agricultural and Critical Minerals Transformation in Pursuit of a Just World. The primary goal of this theme is, among others, to ensure that we add value to our heritage-based resources and move away from exporting raw materials by building local processing, refining, and manufacturing capacities across Southern Africa. This will boost intra-SADC trade while harmonizing regulations in agro-processing and infrastructure development. By processing our minerals, we create jobs, foster innovation, and retain the value that rightfully belongs to our people. As Zimbabwe, we are emboldened by our national development philosophy, ilizwe lakhiwa, libuswe, likhwelekelwe ngabanikazi balo, nyika inovakwa, igotongwa, ikonamatigwa nebene bayo. This timeless truth entails that nations, cities, and regions are built by their own people. This is, by and large, our rallying call for self-determination by placing our people at the core of our development agenda. We ensure that the wealth of our region benefits our citizens and improve their quality of life. While we value our international partnerships, experience and hindsight have shown the increasing need to reduce over-reliance on external funding, which has the risk to compromise our sovereignty and national priorities. We must therefore build and enhance our own financial and industrial capabilities. The operationalization of the SADC Regional Development Fund is timely and remains a cornerstone for our developmental agenda and strategy. I commend the progress realized to date and appeal to those member states who are yet to sign or ratify this critical protocol to do so. Our people are an important resource to build a region. We must empower them through education and skills development. In Zimbabwe, our heritage-based education 5.0 model continues to integrate our rich indigenous knowledge systems with contemporary scientific inquiry, innovation, technology to accelerate industrialization and modernization. This is further ensuring that our talented young people look at their rich heritage not as a relic of the past, but as a solid foundation to build a more prosperous future. As a region, we have a duty to continue investing in education systems that produce solutions, reclaiming our identity and nurturing generations that believe in our unique capabilities as a people. Meanwhile, progress made in the implementation of high-impact regional infrastructure projects, including those nearing completion, is encouraging. The completion of the Kazungula water project is worth celebrating and set to provide clean water to residents and the border users. Additional collective investments in the SADC Water Fund and transboundary water cooperation deserve our support towards safeguarding and guaranteeing this most precious resource for generations to come. Advancement in meteorological observation is sharpening our agricultural planning, strengthening early warning systems, and bolstering disaster preparedness. These achievements are pillars of resilience upon which we will build a prosperous and sustainable future for all our people. Your Majesty, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to acknowledge the dedicated leadership of His Excellency Professor Peter Mutharika as chairperson of the Organ on Politics, Defense and Security Cooperation. The organ remains the backbone of our collective pursuit of peace and stability in our region. In the same vein, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to His Majesty King Mswati III on assuming this critical stewardship. Your Majesty, please be assured of Zimbabwe's support and cooperation as you lead our regional body in advancing regional integration, peace, and security. However, we are deeply concerned about the ongoing conflict and humanitarian challenges in the Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo. We welcome the ongoing diplomatic and mediation efforts in that area. Similarly, we are encouraged by the positive outcomes of engagements led by the panel of elders and the mediation reference group supported by the SADC Secretariat in Madagascar. The region remains committed to supporting the people and government of Madagascar as they chart their reform process towards sustainable peace, stability, and development within the agreed time frames. We also welcome the good progress in the construction of the SADC Standby Force Regional Logistic Depot in Botswana. I urge all member states to take a lead in ensuring that the requisite funding is secured to facilitate the completion of the construction of this critical regional facility. Your Majesty, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the people and government of Zimbabwe, I express my profound gratitude to the SADC region, the African Union and United Nations for the unequivocal support towards Zimbabwe's election for a non-permanent seat in the United Nations Security Council for the period 2027 to 2028. We thank you. The endorsement of our bid was a vote of confidence in Zimbabwe's commitment to the principles of peace, dialogue, and international cooperation. This seat is not for Zimbabwe alone. It is a seat for the SADC region, along with the broader African continent and global south. We shall serve our tenure with integrity and use the opportunity to advance peace and justice, as well as dialogue, inclusivity, peaceful solutions, and a shared prosperity anchored on sustainable development, industrialization, and modernization. In the same spirit, let me take this opportunity to thank you all for the continued solidarity and support you are extending to Zimbabwe as we endure the unjust unilateral sanctions imposed on us by some stupid Western countries. We reiterate our call for the unconditional removal of these sanctions. Your Majesty, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to officially hand over the mantle of leadership of organization to His Excellency and the young brother, President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa. I'm confident that under his astute leadership, guided by the principle of Ubuntu and the indomitable spirit of SADC, we will overcome any challenges towards building the future of our people, the future our people deserve. Be assured, Your Excellency and dear brother, of Zimbabwe's continued support and cooperation as you steer the organization towards the SADC we all want. May your tenure be marked by success, unity, and accelerated integration of our economies, as well as enhanced people-to-people cooperation. As your elder brother, I'll always be there to guide you. I wish the Southern African Development Community a happy and memorable SADC Day. Live long SADC, live long our unity, live long our solidarity. God bless you all. God bless SADC. God bless Africa. I thank you. Mundo obrigado.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Dr. Emerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa. Your Excellency, we would like you to remain on the podium so that you be handing over the chairpersonship. Now I invite also His Excellency, President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, to come to the podium to receive the instruments of power as the chairperson of SADC. Your Excellency, you may proceed to the podium. The Executive Secretary of SADC, may you also proceed to facilitate the handover. We will ask their excellencies just to come in the center here so that we can see them properly. We are going to witness the exchange of power whereby His Excellency President Emerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa will hand over the chairperson's badge to His Excellency President Ramaphosa. The badge, SADC badge, is engraved with the President's name and his title as the chairperson of SADC. After receiving the chairperson's badge, His Excellency President Ramaphosa will also be given the gavel, one of the instruments of symbolizing that he's now the chairperson of SADC. Thank you. We will now also see the chairperson receiving the gavel. Thank you, and congratulations, Your Excellency President Ramaphosa, the chairperson of SADC, and also congratulations to His Excellency Emmerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, the outgoing chairperson. We will now have an acceptance statement by the chairperson, His Excellency President Ramaphosa, who will deliver his acceptance statement. Thank you.
Program Director, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Majesty, I'd like to stand on the protocols that have already been recognized and pronounced on. On behalf of the government and the people of South Africa, I accept the responsibility of assuming the chairpersonship of the Southern African Development Community. We do so with profound humility, a deep sense of duty, and an unwavering commitment to the peoples of Southern Africa. South Africa regards this chairpersonship not simply as an honor bestowed upon our country, but as a responsibility entrusted to us by our region. We accept it conscious of the debt of gratitude that South Africa owes to the countries and the peoples of Southern Africa. During the darkest days of apartheid, the nations of this region stood with the people of South Africa. They provided shelter to our freedom fighters. They supported our struggle. They endured destabilization, economic hardship, and loss of lives because they believed that no country in Southern Africa could be truly free while another remained oppressed. Our participation in SADC is founded upon this history of courage, sacrifice, and solidarity. It is sustained by our conviction that the destiny of the countries of Southern Africa are inseparable and that our progress will be secured only through unity, cooperation, and common purpose. I express my sincere gratitude to my elder brother, and Your Excellency President Mnangagwa, I should tell you that His Majesty King Mswati III and I were in conversation this morning, and we wondered what you are taking to still remain so young. And that brings into question my continued deference to you as my elder brother. But you remain my elder brother, and would like to thank you for your chairpersonship of SADC, for your leadership and the stewardship of our community. We thank you for the progress that has been achieved during your tenure and for the firm foundation upon which we will continue to build. I also express our appreciation to the SADC Secretariat under the leadership of the Executive Secretary, Mr. Elias Mahosi, for his dedication to the work that he has been given in advancing the programs and the transformation agenda of our community. During South Africa's chairship, we will work closely with every member state, guided by the principle of sovereign equality, mutual respect, solidarity, and consensus. We will build upon the previous chairpersons and the work that they did to advance the implementation of the SADC Vision 2050. Our foremost responsibility will be to improve the lives of the peoples of Southern Africa. We must deepen regional integration so that goods, services, capital, skills can move more efficiently across our borders. And we will work to strengthen the value chains in our region to expand the intra-African trade and mobilize investment in infrastructure. We have made tremendous progress in this regard, and we will be building on what has already been achieved. And we will do everything to work together to advance industrialization agenda, and we will place young people, women, entrepreneurs at the center of our region's economic transformation. At the same time, we will continue to safeguard peace, security, democracy, and stability. The strength of SADC lies not only in its institutions or its agreements, but it lies in the solidarity of its member states. South Africa will therefore approach this chairpersonship as a servant of the region. We will listen, we will consult, we will seek consensus. Above all, we will work with every member state to translate our shared commitments into visible and lasting progress. The most fitting way for South Africa to honor the sacrifices that people in this region made for our freedom is to dedicate ourselves to the freedom, dignity, and prosperity of all. As we accept this responsibility, we wish to congratulate the Republic of Zimbabwe for acceding to the non-permanent seat of the United Nations Security Council. And we have every confidence that Zimbabwe will represent not only our region, but the entire continent in the various deliberations at the United Nations. And when President Mnangagwa goes to the United Nations General Assembly meeting in September, we will know that he is carrying the entire continent, not only SADC, on his shoulders as he represents us. So we do accept this responsibility with humility, and we undertake to execute it with integrity, diligence, unwavering commitment to the unity of our region. So we will work with every member state, and thank you very much for bestowing on us this honor, and we accept it once again with the humility. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Majesty, Your Excellencies, this concludes the opening ceremony. In your honor, Your Excellencies, luncheon will now be served in the interest of time, and then we will then commence with the closed session. I thank you. The leaders will dine in the leaders' lounge. Ministers and other invited guests will dine in the ministerial lounge, senior officials downstairs. Protocol, please conduct the leaders.
In Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, bringing together leaders united by a shared vision of regional cooperation, industrialization, economic integration and sustainable development. Set in the heart of KwaZulu-Natal, a province renowned for its rich cultural heritage, natural beauty, world-class hospitality and strategic position as a gateway to Southern Africa and the Indian Ocean. Durban provides a fitting stage for this important gathering of our region. The SADC Summit reflects our collective commitment to building a stronger and more integrated Southern Africa, one where our economies grow together and our people share in the opportunities that growth creates. Because when Southern Africa works together, trade expands, investment grows, businesses thrive, jobs are created, and more families have the opportunity to build a better future. Together, we are building a region that is more connected, more competitive, more resilient, and more prosperous. The 46th SADC Summit. One region, one people, one vision, shared prosperity.
And welcome back to our broadcast as Goza TV. This is a special broadcast of the 46th Ordinary Summit of SADC, Eugene, and we've just seen President Cyril Ramaphosa accepting the chairpersonship formally from the President of Zimbabwe, Mr. Emmerson Mnangagwa.
No, indeed, Tsecho, and I think it was very symbolic. I mean, the president also focused quite a lot on what are the key priorities, that South Africa will definitely consult, they will engage, but then they understand the importance, of like a regional coordination, as they take over the chairmanship for 2026, 2027 as well. But then also he emphasized the beautiful story, of resilience. The SADC people they're about the resilience, they're about solidarity, they're also about community, which is what regional migration is all about.
Definitely, and I think the President highlighted and reiterated what he said at the public lecture, that South Africa's chairpersonship will focus on young people as well as opportunities for women. So this is him advancing, the SADC gender protocol. but also whatever is being advocated for by the SADC Youth Forum.
No, indeed. I mean, the key priority still remains. The agenda doesn't really change or shift that much. I mean, you've seen that, on the agenda, there's the issues of industrialization, which is quite key, the issue of migration is still, part of the table, and they will continue also with the free trade, agreement. But then also he highlighted that, projects, such as, your energy project, water project, still part of the agenda. But then more than anything, the issue of digital connection, connectivity, yes, still plays quite a huge role, in terms of the SADC agenda for 2026-2027.
And obviously the issue of peace and security is something that, it can never go off the agenda of SADC. And President Ramaphosa also in his acceptance speech really emphasized that it is important that we continue to stabilize the region for the prosperity of the people of the region.
No, absolutely. Stabilizing the region is a core agenda, because without, a stabilized environment, conflict arises. But then also, with SADC, you remember that they still have that mission of elders. Should there be any conflict arising, from the from the SADC nations or Africa as a whole, the mission is available, to go and intervene, in those part of the countries.
So now, as the heads of state will be dining for their luncheon, and then we will see those closed sessions that will happen, as well as possible bilateral relations between the 16 member states. We will be saying goodbye to you, ending our special simulcast broadcast as Goza TV. We were also joined by community radio stations online, and we'd like to say that from eThekwini, for now, we will be signing off.
Indeed, and thank you so much to all our viewers and your comments as well. We do see you on our social media platforms, so continue engaging with us offline as well. Au revoir.
Au revoir. That's it from us.